Black people, oh, we've got Black people, we've got to fight. Jean Petro, you see us. Oh, we've got to fight. Let's go fight. Oh, Black people, we've got to fight. Zombie, you see us. Oh, we've got to fight. Let's go fight. Oh, Black people, we've got to fight. Yes, Santa, why you see us? Oh, we've got to fight. Let's go fight. Oh, Black people, we've got to fight. Bookman, you see us. Oh, we've got to fight. Let's go fight. Oh,
we have to have the courage to construct our own reality. And that's what Garvey was talking about. Because he said he looked around, he didn't see what he thought should be there, and so what did he do? He didn't get depressed about it. He didn't get defeated about it. He said, I'm gonna build the government that we need to have. Ooh, where do you get that kind of boldness from? So we gotta go all the way back to Garvey, who said he would come again. He said he would be here with us, no matter how long it took. And I'm telling you that the way he comes back is in our work. Not honoring him in words, pomp and all of that stuff, but honoring him through doing what he did. How many of us had the courage to do that? The man took on the world for us and in our name. And then we come to Sodai. And in this presentation of the paradigm, I'm going to make this like what it is we want to reach. So Sodai is translated clear word in Dogana language. And I use it to mean that here we gain understanding. This is sight with understanding. And it is seeing beyond what just we think we see with this physical thing. It's seeing beyond that. And so we gain vision, because that's what vision is. With vision, you've got to be able to use the imagination informed by the African spirit. And Brother Amos, who I work very closely with, was a good friend of mine. He taught me, and he would talk about imagination. Image a nation. Do you see? But that's got to be part of vision. To be a visionary, you got to see beyond this box here. You got to see beyond the ma'afa. You got to see what is it that our people rightfully should have, and that's what Garvey did. Garvey had a vision.
New transition. Greetings, this is ShakaRa, and it's been an honor serving you as director of gotkushTV. Over the past few years, we've brought you the pilot of the Black Root Economic Show, many seasons of Wordsmith, The Insight, and the ever-popular Decipher. We have covered community events and even hosted a few of our own, including Blacktricity, as a part of the official Ghana Beyond the Return roster. We also kept you company throughout lockdown with the Quarantine Convo. After a brief hiatus, we came back with our regular weekly interactive live show, Zivanai, keeping you up to date with current events around the Black world, from UK to Senegal to Haiti and beyond. It is our aim to continue to develop as a premier Black media institution, and for that reason, we have a special announcement. Introducing Kimbunga Media. Between the 10th of June and the 17th of Mosiah, August, we will be transitioning to a new name and institution, Kimbunga Media. In the beautiful Kiswahili language, Kimbunga means whirlwind.
Look for me in a whirlwind or a storm. Look for me all around you. For with God's grace, I shall come back with countless millions of black men and women who have died in America, those who have died in the West Indies, and those who have died in Africa, to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life.
Our name symbolizes our aim to take the media landscape by storm, developing high quality, impactful, geopolitical and cultural content aimed at empowering African people, bringing knowledge, information, inspiration and analysis from an unapologetically Pan-African, Universal Afrikan Nationalist and African-centered perspective. So, what can you expect? We are gradually developing a full spectrum of flagship shows and presenters, but in the immediate right here now, over the next couple of years, we have two major aims in bringing you our flagship shows. One, the return of Kush Communiversity, bringing you high-level scholarship in all areas of people activity, featuring luminaries from across the Black world. And two, the production of the full first season of the new and improved Ujamaa Black Root Economic Show. While we encourage you to develop and support Black businesses, this show aims to raise our awareness of the political economy of today's world and popularize new solution paradigms in political economy among African people. Alongside all this, we will continue to bring you Zivanai, Jaleba, the Afrocentric perspective, All Eyes on Africa, Ghana, Democracy Under Fire, the Revolutionary Minds team with that artistic, ancestral energy, and as things grow and develop, there'll be plenty more. We also have plans to host live events and film screenings, so stay tuned for more information on that. So what can you do? Continue to support us by watching, liking, sharing and commenting on our content. Be sure to follow us on all social media, and if you are so moved, join our Patreon community. We'll be sharing flagship shows exclusively with our Patreon community before general release and granting you discounts to events and future screenings. Right now, if you become a Patreon, you will have access to the pilot for the Black Group Economic Show and all installments of last year's Black History Month series, Sankofa, The Future of Black History. At some point, we'll be engaging in community crowdfunding towards the production of the new and improved Ujamaa Black Group Economic Show, complete with offerings and perks for those who choose to invest in us. Look out for the launch, and we thank you in advance for your support. Any questions, feel free to hit us up in the comment section and we'll be sure to address. We look forward to you joining us for this new phase of our development. Stay tuned as we bring you Kimbunga Media. Tenda Mwari, be thankful unto the Mother, Father, creative life force of the universe. Kudzai Mudzimu Mukuro. We give praises unto our great ancestors. Abibi Tumi, Abibi Fahodi, African power and African liberation for all African people. Greetings, brothers and sisters, and welcome. Greetings, 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 and welcome to this very, very special conversation. Garvey lives, Mosiah lives. We are in the building right about now for the scientific Garveyism conversation. You know, a lot of things are going on, brothers and sisters, yeah, here at gotkushTV, soon to be known as Kimbunga Media, Kings and Queens. Yes, indeed, Kimbunga Media is where we are transitioning to at the moment, and you just saw the infomercial containing what you need to know at this stage of the thing in relation to that. Yeah, and as was explained, Kimbunga simply means whirlwind. Kimbunga means whirlwind, could mean storm as well, and so we're channeling that African liberation, that African sovereignty energy as encapsulated within the framework of the symbolism that the most honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey used, yeah, in relation to himself and his energy forwarding the plight of African people from the ancestral realm. And so with that particular name, we are invoking the energy of all our ancestors, because Papa Garvey himself said that he was drawing his energy from the voices from the grave, yeah, his ancestors. And so we are drawing on the energy, the ancestral energy. We're connecting with the ancestral energy and using that ancestral energy to crystallize our mission, our purpose, our role in today's world, and fulfilling the mission that they left for us, the work that they left for us to complete. And so there'll be more conversation on that in the coming weeks and months. Yeah. So if you want to question me more on that, you can feel free to do so in this conversation. But as said, brothers and sisters, we encourage you to keep, sharing and liking the videos. We also encourage you to hit up the Patreon. Yeah, hit up the Patreon, because our aim from here on is to begin to get back to producing our flagship shows, which are pre-produced. Yeah, so we've been doing a lot of live shows, but the essence of the thing is to be able to bring to you, pre-produced shows. Yeah, and so the one that we're going to be starting with is the Kush University, and we're going to be bringing you scholarship. Yeah, that pertains to Pan-Africanism, Universal Afrikan Nationalism, which is otherwise known as Garveyism, and African-centeredness, brothers and sisters. Yeah, and so within that framework, we're going to be bringing you scholarship from around the African world, and in order to do that, we need to get some new equipment. Cameras, mics, lighting, so on and so forth. And so your Patreon contributions will be going towards that. And then our longer term goal for the next couple years is to enter production for the Ujamaa Black Group Economic Show. And for those who have been following gotkushTV for a while, you will know that we released the pilot to the Group Economic Show a couple years ago. Yeah, and so the new name Ujamaa is reflective of African-centered economic paradigms. Yeah, and so one of the things that we're going to be doing, as well as breaking down political economy as we know it, we are going to be exploring African-centered paradigms and transitions towards African-centered paradigms in political economy. And so that show will take a while to produce, so that we're going to be gradually building up towards it. But we want to begin production in 2025. Yeah, if things go very, very well, we'll probably begin it this year. But definitely we want to begin production in 2025, hopefully for a 2025 release, and if not, a 2026 release. So that's the next couple years, yeah, that we're projecting towards, and in and around that, other things will be added and built upon. But let me get to the subject, brothers and sisters. Why are we here today? Scientific Garveyism. Let me just get a signal for those who are joining us right now. Yeah, give me a black power fist in the chat if you were able to watch the premiere yesterday. Premiere of Scientific Garveyism, a work in idealism for the 21st century. If you were able to watch that presentation yesterday, give me a black power fist in the chat, or any combination of red, black, and green, yeah, whether it's the hearts or the circle or the square, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Give me a black power fist or the red, black, and green in the chat. All right, giving thanks. Shouting out to Abeni in the building, was able to check in and check it out. Shout out to Trigger Happy, was able to check in and check it out. Shout out to Freeway Dread, and Freeway Dread has put 2 black power fists because them say them watch it twice. You know, see it. So go on, give thanks to all those that watched it, you know, or more than once and them thing there. You don't know. Well, much appreciated. So the whole point of today, and by the way, I never actually even got through the whole presentation. Yeah. In that I was presenting at the Mosiah Opening Ceremony of 2023 last year, and I never actually even got through the whole presentation. And so the whole point of today is to facilitate a conversation where my brothers and sisters can come and bring their thoughts, their feelings. You make a suggestion about the paradigm, critique it, yeah, critique anything that I said. Feel free to do so. And the only rule is respect where that is concerned. Yeah, and or ask questions, brothers and sisters. If you got any questions that you want to ask, feel free to do so. That's the whole point of today. All right, so that's to let you know that. Shout out to everybody else that watched the presentation but doesn't want to make it known right about now. Naba Sage Elmore watched it. You know what I'm saying? Give thanks. N, was in tune with the thing and put plenty black power fists. I'm not sure if the number of black power fists is significant in relation to how many times N watched the thing. But we give thanks for your viewing eyes and your listening ears nonetheless. Bigging up my brother and co-host for Ghana, Democracy Under Fire, Bunchy Anyete is in the building. Yes, indeed, brothers and sisters, you're going to see and hear more of Bunchy Anyete in the building soon. All right, so do stay tuned for more announcements on that. Well, we're going to be doing another edition of Ghana Democracy Under Fire live at the end of the month. I would like to big up Heru in the building. Heru put a black power fist because Heru was watching the presentation also, and Bunchy has also confirmed that he watched it more than once. Yeah, so giving thanks for all those who watched the presentation. Much appreciated. So this is a forum for us to discuss that which you watched, and even if you didn't watch it, yeah, you can feel free to watch it once we conclude. Watch it in your own time, but tune in for the conversation while we're there right now. Seeing I want to big up all the brothers and sisters who shared the presentation. I saw a lot of brothers and sisters sharing it on the social media. I appreciate the love. Yeah, I appreciate the love and the feedback that some of you have given me so far. I haven't even got around to responding to all of the feedback yet, so I apologize for those who I have not yet responded to, but I will get around to you. Much appreciated. All right, brothers and sisters. So let me just explain a few things before I bring on them. By the way, my president is already backstage. Yeah, so for the rules of engagement, yeah, for today is that you can either come live or ask a question in the chat. You can come live or ask a question in the chat. Yeah. Now, if you want to come live, all you have to do is click the link, yeah, which is pinned to the top of the chat. Yeah, click the link which is pinned to the top of the chat. I'll probably repost it periodically because sometimes people don't really, see the link at the top of the chat. So we're going to post it periodically, yeah, just so people can be aware. But if you want to come live, the link is already in the chat. This is your space, your time. I'm going to do as little talking as possible. I want to hear from you, and I will talk, mostly in response to the comments that you have made, to the question that you're asking, and to the challenges that you bring up, all right? And so feel free to join the conversation, brothers and sisters. You can join the conversation by clicking the link, which is pinned to the top of the chat. And if you are asking a question or making a comment from the chat that you would like me to read out, I will only ask you to please at gotkushTV. So if you begin or end your comment or question with at gotkushTV, that just makes me know that you want the comment to be read out. And if those who have modded, if you could please do repost if you see something that I may have missed or the person didn't at gotkushTV, but they want their comment to be read out and you're sure about that, do what you've been doing, brothers and sisters. Thank you very much for your service. Just repost it, copy and paste, so that I can view it, yeah, and get to that comment. So one or two things about the scientific Garveyism presentation, yeah, and just to explain some of the motivation behind it. It's about the fact that we need in this time to every now and then the ideological foundation that we stand on as people who are concerned with the liberation, the total liberation of African people, every now and then the ideological foundation that we stand on needs recrystallization. Yes. And I say updating, but I'm beginning to challenge that term updating, but it's not wrong, yeah. And the only reason why I'm beginning to challenge it is because sometimes we say updating as though with a judgment included in it, as though what our ancestors were standing on was outdated. And I have a problem with that, because there's so much of what our ancestors were dealing with that is right and exact and eternal, yeah. And so updating, as I'm saying it, means the reapplication of what they were standing on to suit the times that we are in, because circumstances evolve constantly, yeah. And so sometimes what is relevant may need a different application and a reinterpretation or a recommunication that crystallizes it within the environment that we are in, yeah. Sometimes it may be that we have developed new overstanding, or we have delved deeper into our African-centered sense of self. And so we need to apply the new knowledge that we have gained, learned, and evolved to what our ancestors left us. And so as somebody who is born and raised within the tradition of Universal Afrikan Nationalism, also known as Afrikan Fundamentalism, also known as Garveyism, this became apparent to me. Particularly, in relation to some of the things that I mentioned in terms of the attack against the concept of race and its application, as far as we are concerned as African people, needs to be recrystallized and understood. Yeah, the attacks and distortions on what the Garvey legacy meant and stood for. The fact that most of what is written about the Garvey movement is written about the life and times of Marcus Garvey. Yes, and that is a beautiful story to tell. It's a powerful story to tell. And as somebody who is impassioned by the need for us to engage with our ancestors, we should know the life story of all of our ancestors as much as we possibly can. But in elucidating the thought and practice of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the most honorable, we have to put that in the context of what he was in the process of building. And that process engaged millions of people around the world, institutions, yeah, and thought and practice on various different levels that you're not going to get in tune with if you stay at the level of biography. Biography is good. Biography is powerful. Biography is important. But then now we need to critically examine, yes, the thought and practice, yes, of our ancestors in order to reassess and evolve that practice in today's world. Okay, and so that was the purpose of the exploration, and that is why it is referred to as scientific Garveyism. And one thing that is bugging me, and I decided to pull it out anyway, but one thing that is bugging me about one of the things that I said in the presentation is that I spoke about Papa Garvey's work in Costa Rica, and I kept saying that he was working for a mining corporation, and that's not actually correct. I'm not entirely sure why I kept saying mining. I don't know what was on my mind at the time, yeah. But yeah, it was different work that he was doing in Costa Rica, as a timekeeper for various different companies, yeah. And so I just want to correct that on the record right here now, yeah. But it's it's a minor inaccuracy, so I didn't bother to not pull it out there, just because of a minor inaccuracy, because that's something that can be corrected at any point. And so also there were 4 primary sections to the presentation: race first, self-reliance, nationhood, African spiritual cultural orthodoxy. Now, within what you would have watched yesterday, African spiritual cultural orthodoxy was not really touched upon, for the sake of the time associated with the event. We touched on nationhood, and even that wasn't completed. And so feel free, to ask me questions about any of those aspects, and we'll go into them. And if your question requires, we'll go into what I didn't present, and don't worry about what I didn't present, because there will be other opportunities to bring it, and we can engage upon those things in future, because this is in fact a work in progress. Scientific Garveyism is a work in progress, and it's not even something that I can do by myself, which is one of the reasons why we're having this kind of conversation. We're having it publicly, and so the endeavor, to evolve and crystallize this legacy is a collective one, and so I've been asked to do writing on it, and I will be doing that. In fact, that's already begun, because those of you who have the latest edition of the African World newspaper, as published by Mama Marimba Ani, would see that I have an article in there called Scientific Garveyism, and Mama has instructed me to write, on it. And so what Mama says, so said, so done. And so that will get done at some point. I don't know when I'm going to finish it, but definitely something will be published and relatively extensively on the concept of scientific Garveyism. So the floor is open, brothers and sisters. The floor is open, and you can feel free to click the link, which is pinned to the top of the chat, or you can ask your questions in the chat, and I'm going to be looking through to see what's there, and I may even respond to some of the comments that were made under the video itself. Keep the comments coming, even right now, under the actual video of the presentation. Feel free to comment there, or you comment under this one. It's all well and good, brothers and sisters. And so there, I can think of few better people to open up our conversation today than the man who I'm about to bring forward, who clicked the link early. And this is a man who, is an elder. But when you experience this elder, you realize that this elder is younger than you, in a whole heap of different respects, brothers and sisters. This is an important man, because he is the 10th President General of the UNIA ACL. The 9th successor and the 10th President General to the Most Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and currently serves as the first Assistant President General of the UNIA ACL RC 2020. To a significant degree, my connection back to the UNIA ACL in a formal sense was channeled through the energy and the organization of the man who I'm about to bring forward. And I'm going to say Tenda Mwari, greetings and welcome to President Senghor Jawara Baye. Greetings, brother.
Greetings, my brother ShakaRa, and I say Tenda Mwari. And I'm on 3 gadgets here. I'm on my phone, the computer, and my iPad, because I really wanted to come on StreamYard, because I wanted to feel your blacktricity and let you feel mine. And I just want to, and I want to sit back and listen to what everybody's got to say, because it's past words, as you know what I mean. It's action time. But I want to commend you, because what you did yesterday was awesome. It was the epitome of blacktricity. Garvey said that we need to be science par excellence. And because we have not done that the right way, we see what's going on in the world right now. So, Garvey said, count on him to be the real Marcus Garvey in depth. And we know in the African tradition, that's the real life, the spiritual life. We spiritual beings having a physical experience. And all of our ancestors have been waiting and watching. And we still are too apathetic, many of us, to understand the real reason why we came here in the first place is to keep things in order based in blacktricity. Now, let me break that up for everybody so they understand. Blacktricity is simply the love of the Most High, whatever you may call the Most High creator. He created us out of love. That blacktricity is the life-loving source of all life that exists. The earth and the living beings and everything, the birds, everything that exists, that's living, has blacktricity. However, the black man and the black woman have special blacktricity, special melanin. And because we have gotten away from our true natural selves, we've been polluted as my good sister Mama Marimba says, Yurugu has polluted us with the confusion and it's taken us away from our natural state. So consequently, Garvey and the ancestors before him had to come to try to put us back on track. So as you said earlier, I currently serve today as a humble servant with the first assistant president general of the Rehabilitating Committee. See, because we need to be rehabilitated. Not only the UNIA, ACL government needs rehabilitating, the whole African race and the whole planet needs to be rehabilitated and reconnected to that Blacktricity. So again, I don't want to be long-winded because I want to hear what people got to say, but I really want to make sure that people understand what you shared yesterday. Our ancestors are super pleased. And for those who don't know, it ain't about me, he or she. It's about we collectivity. And to get back to that Blacktricity that we need to get down off our individuality and get that Eurocentric Yurugu out of us. And brothers, I don't care how conscious you become. You got Yurugu energy in you. As long as we got African people in the world that don't get food, don't get the proper nourishment, don't get the proper messages that some of us may come into, then we ain't arrived. So we got a lot of work to do. Marcus Garvey is looking at what happened in his elevation day, which was yesterday, and what you shared. And I'm sure those ancestors are pleased that we are beginning to see the likes of what Brother Tony Martin, Renoko Rashidi, Charles L. James, John Henry Clark, Dr. Joseph Benjo Cannon, Amos Wilson, Nanny Helen Barrows, Amy Jocks Garvey, Amy Ashwood Garvey, so many ancestors, and we can go all the way back to ancient Kemet and understand, as Sheikh Anta Diop told us, we have to federate, and we have to federate and consolidate. So we have to unify. And Garveyism, Universal African Nationalism. People call Pan-African, they say, well, Garvey not a Pan-Africanist, but come on, Universal African Nationalism is the epitome of Pan-Africanism if you are a true Pan-Africanist, not just a Pan-Africanist by ideology, but by action. Meaning, are you building something? Are you ready to? And I'm gonna stop ShakaRa, because like I say, you know, it's okay, but it's so important for us to recognize that we are mentally enslaved. Africans at home and abroad are mentally enslaved because we have gotten away from the natural way, of lifting ourselves up. And let's stop just looking at the Yurugu. Let's look at the energy in us, because we can deal with Yurugu. He ain't nothing but a lost soul child on the planet in humanity. So we can deal with him, but we first got to deal with ourselves. So as Garvey said, man and woman must know themselves. Man and woman can do what man and woman have done. So it's no reason, but we have to be scientific about it, because we need to provide our own food. We need to provide our own shelter. We need to provide our own security. We need to provide, our engineers need to build our own factories so that we start doing our own things. We need to have our own education. And you setting the stage and the bar high, brother, because the bottom line is, if we don't educate ourselves and control our own educational destiny, then we're not going to get rid of that mental slavery that holds us back. So I'm gonna check. I'm gonna move over to my computer and sit back and get some more food, some more Blacktricity, because I'm fired up, bro. Garvey and the ancestors are kicking us. All this weekend, we had nothing but powerful things happening in Mbandaka City. Tremendous amount of powerful spiritual events, from Rastafari living up the real roots and culture, to Brother Harua Farai telling people how we can save ourselves from so-called cancer. We just had a whole lot of stuff happening. But guess what? That's because of the ancestors in the whirlwind. But we have to catch up. I appreciate you. I'm gonna say, keep on doing the great work, brother. I mean, thank you, you know, it's not about me, he or she, it's about we collectivity. And as long as you deal with Garveyism from a scientific perspective, then we'll get back on track. Up you mighty race, we can accomplish what we will. I do got one question for you, though. I want you to talk about what we need to be doing today, because our youth are crying out to us. And if we don't reach out to our youth and give them the proper support, the proper Blacktricity and love, the proper guidance and protection, they're going to tear this mother to pieces. And let's be very clear. Because they have gone away from their natural African states. So now they are dangerous. They're dangerous even to themselves. But we want to correct that. We want to bring that healing, and we know we can do it because there's nothing that we cannot do.
Yes, Baba. Baba, let me raise first, Baba. Raise first, and let me just say this because it's just the truth. I have a lot to thank you for, Baba. In fact, it's possible that this work, in terms of scientific Garveyism, wouldn't have been done without your inspiration, without the energy that you've brought, without the perspectives that you've been able to educate me about in terms of understanding the true value of the work and words and deeds of Garvey and the UNIA-ACL. When we were blessed to be able to bring you over in 2008, just before you actually became President General, the message that you had to deliver inspired me greatly, and set me on a path to reassessing and understanding this legacy that I've been born into, and gave me a lot of information and knowledge, that I at that time was not aware of, or didn't know in as much depth as when you were able to bring that information and speak about the work that you were doing at that time. And so I understood that there's a lot here that we need to get into and that we need to update and actualize in terms of our efforts in today's world. And you know, every now and then I check in with you because I need some information or a perspective, on something, as whether it's the history of the movement or just best practice in terms of representing the legacy. And you are always open, you're always willing, and you're always encouraging, especially to us as the younger generation, in terms of the things that we want to develop that may be new, or slightly different from what has been standardized up until now, and I just want to thank you, for your encouragement and the example that you set for us all. Because whatever I do in terms of championing this legacy, Baba Senghor, from here on out, you have a lot to do with it, and so I just want to publicly just give thanks.
So I want to thank my good brother from another mother, Brother Leader Mbandaka. Because as you say, as y'all brought me over, but if it were not for people like Tony Martin, those ancestrals in the whirlwind, and people like Renoko Rashidi and people like that connection would have never happened. But your Baba actually met my teacher, Honorable Charles L. James.
That's right.
And so I want you to be very clear that it's a blacktricity connection. And when I say to people, it ain't about me, he or she, I mean that, bro. Senghor mean descending of the ancestors. So I'm only a humble servant doing what I've been called to do. And the reason that message was so powerful that you heard was because the ancestors was driving me. Because remember, Garvey was last physically in the UK.
The UK, that's right.
Many times people forget that wherever Garvey was at, he was striving to rehabilitate what came through him based on his ancestors. In his later years, he was striving to rehabilitate, and then we're still doing that work. So I just wanted to let you know, thanks to your mama and your baba for bringing you forward. And I understand what you said about the youth and all, and the bottom line, but hey, that's my duty, brother. So it's all about us being obedient servants to the callings of the Most High and our ancestors, because all of us got the ability to do something of significance. Like Renoko told me, he traveled over 125 countries. And he says, Senghor, I know you ain't going to those countries, but because I went, you've been there. You hear what I'm saying? That blacktricity. So live up, brother. Appreciate you. Keep doing what you're doing, ShakaRa, because we got a lot of work to do. And the bottom line is, we're going to get it done, because they can't stop I. They can't stop I and I. Because we're rising back up to our traditional greatness. And as we do that, the blood that runs, the red, black, and the green, we say power to the red, black, and the green. So all of y'all RBG youth out there need to know, come back home to the original source of the watermelon. Eat the watermelon, the red, black, and the green, and be free and raise up your blackticity. One God, one aim, one destiny, one Africa. I'm gonna move on because I want to hear from some of these
no problems, Baba.
Garveyites, man. And I'm gonna leave the StreamYard. I'm gonna just sit back on my computer and just take it in, bro. But I love you. Give my respects to Alkebu-Lan Revivalist Movement, because without that energy, I wouldn't have come forward, you see? So it's not about, hey, like I said to y'all before, only water separates us. But guess what? We all made of water. Now we coming back together again. And just because of this AI, and I ain't talking about AI in terms of computer stuff and all that kind of trinkets. I'm talking about ancestral intelligence.
That's right. That's right, Baba.
Peace, my brother.
Have a good evening. Mosiah Liz, Baba.
Love you, man.
Yes, Baba. Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. Enjoy your evening. And that's Baba Senghor, you know, Baba Senghor Baye of the UNIA ACL RC 2020. You know, as I said, you can never speak to Baba Senghor and not feel absolutely motivated. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to get to your comments in the chat in a second. I am viewing them, so keep them coming. For those who are just joining us, the rules of engagement are you can click the link, which is pinned to the top of the chat right now. You can click the link, which is pinned to the top of the chat right now, or you can ask a question from the chat. If you ask a question from the chat, please at gotkushTV somewhere in your comment. Please at gotkushTV somewhere in your comment. And it's not a one-by-one thing necessarily. That's just how it's happening at the moment. But I'm going to bring forward now, Brother Obafemi. Greetings, Brother Obafemi. How are you?
Peace, brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good. And it was an honor and a pleasure to meet you, my brother, last month in the ATL for Abaka. So much appreciated, and give thanks for all the love that you shared in terms of this offering. In terms of scientific Garveyism, I much appreciate it.
Man, I appreciate you, man. The energy. I was tuned in yesterday. You know, I'm homeschooling and stuff like that, so it's playing while I'm doing my work. Every day. Man. Yeah, man. Scientific Pan-Africanism, scientific Garveyism. Something you said yesterday. You said it's a working idealism. I'm a part of different message threads and groups, and at the end of the day, what we tend to be talking about is what work is being done, what tangible work is being done, not just what you profess out your mouth. It's not just enough to wear the colors and fly the flag. We got some tangible work that needs to be done. Together as a collective and individually, but that work that we put in together is very beneficial. Me as an artist, and I've been reading this ever since I left. My book actually came in. My book came in once I returned home from the Abaka Soon. And she talks about music in the book. And how important music is to what we're doing. And like I said, I don't take being an artist lightly. That inspiration, how you spoke yesterday, was like music to my ears, though. You know what I'm saying? Like I just left. I just spent 3 weeks out in Charleston, South Carolina, with the the Gullah Geechee and all of that, man. And the importance of how music helped to drive the culture. And so for your estimation, how important is the music, the film, the media in scientific Garveyism? Can you speak on that?
I certainly can, and let me just say, brothers and sisters, this is not the last time you're gonna see Brother Obafemi on the platform, because as he is an artist and we have a responsibility to profile artists on this platform. You would know that if you check out our Wordsmith series, but we're going to definitely be connecting with you soon, my brother, on an artistic level, and exposing our viewers to your music. I'm also an artist, by the way. I'm a spoken word artist. I used to rap more, and I still rap every now and then, when the spirit moves, but spoken word poetry is my major thing. I even used to produce music. I used to make beats and whatnot like that.
For sure.
So we'll definitely connect on that level at some point. Now, there's
to first ground your question in the Garvey movement, I want to recommend this book right here, which is Literary Garveyism, by Baba Tony Martin, and it really goes in on the impact that the Garvey movement had on what is popularly known as the Harlem Renaissance, and so if brothers and sisters want to have an insight into the impact of Garveyism on the arts, you can check out Literary Garveyism, and it delves into the poetry, it delves into the plays, it even touches on the fact that the UNIA ACL 100 years ago was trying to get into film, and radio, and bearing in mind that the first actual film that people say launched, Hollywood was in 1915, and so the brothers and sisters and ancestors at that time were really trying to maintain a cutting edge in terms of exploiting new developments in media for the sake of artistic expression. And that's what I say. Greetings and blessings to your son or daughter right there, so you know what I'm saying, blessings, prince or princess, love. So important, and how central it was to the Garvey movement, at Liberty Hall on a weekly basis. Most chapters of the UNIA, I shouldn't say most chapters, many chapters, and certainly all of the major chapters of the UNIA ACL had a band, associated with the chapter, and often a choir associated with the chapter. The UNIA ACL wrote plays and hosted theatrical productions, just to give an idea of a couple of the plays, one of them was called The Coronation of the African King, and that was Papa Garvey in the 1930s, who wrote that play, and basically was about the unification and coming into being of a sovereign African state. Another ancestor by the name of John Edward Bruce wrote a play called Which One? And it was and the storyline was about a brother who basically, was attracted to 3 different women, and that attraction was reciprocated by all the 3 different women them, and so he had to basically choose which one of them he was going to settle down with. But the brother was a member of the UNIA. And so throughout the storyline, his work and his mission is basically the backdrop of him trying to choose which empress he was going to settle down with. And the marriage ceremony was set to take place at a Liberty Hall on the African continent, so they were going to go to Africa to get married, and so the whole set, was emblazoned with the red, black, and green, and really the subject of it was this brother trying to find, a stable relationship whilst doing the work, of African liberation. And so that's the kind of thing that the UNIA engaged in. I should also highlight another book. Let me see if I can put my hand on it. So this is a book called Keep Cool, by a guy called Theodore or Ted Vincent, and it's about the impact of the Garvey movement on the jazz age, 1920s in particular, again same period, but his thesis is that the extent to which the Garvey movement was a key factor in the proliferation of jazz as an art form in the 1920s, and so this is a very, very important book as well. So I should say very informative book. The author is a European, by the way, but tends to do relatively good scholarship, and so just to say that this is another one. If you want to look at specifically music, this is another good book to get. It doesn't focus on exclusively the Garvey movement, but I would say the majority of it is centered on the Garvey movement. And having said that, the UNIA ACL was also engaged in the production of records, and in fact, the book title is taken from a poem that Marcus Garvey wrote called "Keep Cool." When he was imprisoned in Atlanta, he wrote a poem called "Keep Cool," and that poem was later put to music. And so there's actually a record for this song. And this was a minor hit, in the United States in the 1920s. Keep Cool. I forget who sung Keep Cool. So if anybody can remember the artists who sung Keep Cool, please remind me in the chat. Yeah, but the cover, the picture on the cover is a woman by the name of Ravella Hughes, and she was a member of the UNIA ACL and became effectively a celebrity, for want of a better term, because she used to sing at conventions and UNIA ACL meetings, but she also had a significant jazz career in her own right as well. And so it's entirely important. We ain't going nowhere without the rhythm. Yeah, we ain't going nowhere without the rhythm. And as a people that think on multiple different levels and symbolically, I believe that artistic expression is essential and extremely important. So we want to thank you for doing that work, my brother. And no doubt, in fact, I should also say that in 2006, and I haven't had it for a few years, but I had started an event over here called Mosiah Storm. And that was an artistic event during the month of Mosiah, which is referred to as August, whereby we brought artists with a message in the music to the platform and just created an event specially for that. And so, yeah, I haven't had that for a while, but I want to bring it back at some point for those of us who live in the UK and worldwide, because we'll record it and put it out there as well. But yes, brother, my brother, thank you for your question. And any other thoughts, feelings, questions, challenges, feel free to bring them.
Man, hey, I just again, man, I appreciate the work, brother, the platform. You know, I look at it, I always like to say we connecting the dots, you know, so to see the bigger picture, and that bigger picture is sovereignty for our people and nationhood. So yeah, I'm just another dot connected with another dot, man.
Absolutely, my brother. Thank you very much, bro. I'm a holler at you soon. Yeah, we'll get you on. And yeah, so stay tuned. All right. Oh, let me also say that if you want to read Marcus Garvey's poetry, the poetical works of Marcus Garvey, also edited by Baba Tony Martin. This is full of Marcus Garvey poetry, but it also features poetry from other members of the UNIA ACL as well. Yeah, so this is another essential one. You know what I'm saying?
I'm writing them all down.
Give thanks, bro. Give thanks. All right, that's brother Obafemi. Stay tuned. You're gonna hear more from him, bro. You can feel free to stay there, or you can, jump off whenever you want. It's up to you. It's all good. It's all welcome. I'm gonna jump to the chat for a second, just to make sure I respect the chat as well. So for those who are just joining, the modus operandi is that you can jump on the chat, on the panel, by clicking the link that is pinned to the top of the chat right now, or you can at gotkushTV in the chat if you want your comment or question read out. All right, so gotkushTV, we need recrystallization of our ideology. 100% agree. Same goes for the update title of upcoming Sheikh Anta Diop conversation. Yes. So for those who are not aware, on Imani Day Saturday, I have a conversation on is Sheikh Anta Diop outdated? Yeah, so check through the videos, the live videos, and you'll see that one scheduled for this coming Saturday, Imani Day, and we're going to explore that. Yeah, the work of Sheikh Anta Diop definitely needs updating, and it's good to do these things because then you can see how our ancestors differed and were similar in their philosophy and practice. And so when we get into the aspect of African fundamentalism, that is African spiritual cultural orthodoxy, the work of Sheikh Anta Diop, in fact, becomes very, very important and very, very apparent. Yeah, the need for the trajectory that he was on, and the questions that he was trying to answer, and the questions that he actually did answer. That work becomes extremely, extremely important. So absolutely. So I encourage ones and ones to come on Imani Day Saturday at 8 p.m. for our conversation on is Sheikh Anta Diop outdated? Yeah, because I've been told that more than once. And so I thought, let me explore it with the brother Kamjiverse. Yeah, brother Kamjiverse, a very brilliant brother in our global African community. And I'll leave him to introduce himself and his expertise on Imani Day Saturday. Bigging up to Abeni Mama Free Maroon. Says, gotkushTV, is it not possible to review the book's works around Garveyism so we can be further edified? Negro with a hat, selected speeches, philosophies and opinions, etc. Yep. that's a good endeavor. And one of the things that I'd love to do with the platform is to host like book clubs, but produced at a high quality, brought to you at a high quality. And so, yeah, one can go through a review of the different books. Like I said, a lot of the books tend to focus on Marcus Garvey as an individual. Yeah. There is some newer scholarship though that is focusing on different aspects of the movement. And you can get a lot of good information in those books. I'll give you an example. Hey, I'm missing one of the books, so I'm gonna have to run to my bookshelf, yeah. But why is it not here? But the book "Set the World on Fire" by Keisha N. Blaine gives a good understanding of the work of women in the Garvey movement, Black nationalist women in and around the Garvey movement. Yeah, that's a good book. Yeah, but the classical text on Garvey and Garveyism, if you're gonna begin with one and you like reading, I'm gonna say, sorry, I got big Garvey books around me just in case I need to reinforce something. You know how it go. Yeah, but I'm gonna say begin with Race First, yeah, by Tony Martin. Yeah, this and the subtitle is The Ideological and Organizational Struggles of Marcus Garvey and the UNIA-ACL, the Universal Negro Improvement Association. That's the older print. This is the newer print, yeah, of that book. But it's pretty extensive. And the good thing about it is that it doesn't just talk about Marcus Garvey did this and he was born yes and went this. It engages in exploration of the work and the ideology and the ideological and functional development of the UNIA-ACL. Yeah. However, if you're looking for a lighter read, than that, you can get Marcus Garvey Hero by Baba Tony Martin. I'm looking for that book right now so you can see it. Give me a second. But yeah, it's a lighter read, and I made to understand that it was in fact written for teenagers in what we call secondary school or high school, brothers and sisters. Yeah. And so Marcus Garvey Hero is a good basic overview. Yeah. I've already mentioned Literary Garveyism, which gives an exploration of Garvey's impact in the arts. Another good book, also edited by Baba Tony Martin, is Afrikan Fundamentalism. And this is good because it features a lot of the work of UNIA-ACL members other than Marcus Garvey. So many of us are familiar with philosophies and opinions of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, but and so this is the words of Papa Garvey himself for the most part. But this features a lot of words from other members of the UNIA-ACL. Yeah. And so this is an important text as well. And so, yeah, it'll be good to get a review done. Maybe I'll do that for the Patreon. Yeah. Maybe I'll do a comprehensive review of Garvey texts. Yeah. That I have read for the Patreon and do that extensively. So those who want to get into that can check it out on the Patreon. I'll promise you I'll do that within the next couple months, probably before Mosiah. Yeah, probably before Mosiah, I'll do that. Here's another good one called The Veiled Garvey by Ula Yvette Taylor. And it's about, as the title suggests, the life and times of Queen Mama Amy Jakes Garvey. Yeah, quite an extensive biography of our Queen Mother. We need to know more about her. So I would encourage ones to check that out. Now, having said all of that, one of the issues that is taking place at the moment is that many of the people who are writing about the Garvey movement right now are not necessarily engaged in movement work, and to the extent that they are not necessarily coming from a Garveyite perspective. And so there's a lot of socialist, communist, and feminist perspectives, yeah, that are coming into an analysis of the Garvey movement. And it's not that I'm saying I've already recommended the books, right? So there's good information there as well, but we need to be mindful of that. And part of the reason why I'm doing this work is because we need more to be written from the perspective of the Garvey movement itself. Yeah. And so that's a part of the reason why we're doing this work. I'm going to come back to the chat in a second. You can click the link and join the conversation, or you can ask a question in the chat. Please at gotkushTV if you do so. At the moment now, I'm going to bring forward Kohani Mwadilifu. Greetings, my brother Kohani.
What's up, brother? How you doing? How you doing?
I'm good, my brother. How are you? A while no see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, I'm so happy that you brought up how there's a lot of communists that are writing about Garvey, right? Because I used to be a communist. Well, I used to be a Marxist Leninist. Like maybe a couple of maybe months ago or so, right? But then when I wound up reading Race First by Tony Martin, I really began to hate the communists because, truth be told, they were one of the biggest reasons why he got deported. They were doing some agent type stuff when it came to them coming to his events, you know.
True.
And I didn't even know, and this could be a good like trivia for a lot of people that try to make it seem like Marcus Garvey was a fraudster. If you read Race First by Tony Martin, you find out that Marcus Garvey had worked with the IRA. You know, so that's something to talk about. And I could even say one more thing that might blow your mind. You probably don't know this, but did you know that Marcus Garvey's, if we just pull the layers back, Marcus Garvey's greatest follower was Ho Chi Minh.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I wouldn't put it in those terms, but yes, I am familiar with the fact that Ho Chi Minh actually attended Garvey at meetings and heard Garvey speak in New York. Was an avid reader of the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey, and actually spoke to the fact that that was the case. Mao Zedong was also a studier of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, as was Mahatma Gandhi as well.
Where's the evidence of Mao Zedong being a follower of him as well? I'd like to find that.
Tony Martin speaks to this fact that how that Mao Zedong, he may, one of them, and it may have been Mao, actually attended the session of the 1920 convention. But it's Baba Tony Martin that information comes from. Forgive me because I'm forgetting the exact source, of that. And I believe also, and I could be inaccurate on this, but I hold the book anyway, that Baba John Henrik Clark in Marcus Garvey and the Vision of Africa speaks to that fact as well. But yeah, so that's where that is coming from. I also though, in relation to your original point about the socialist and the communist writing about Garvey, there's a bit of a shift in that dynamic at the moment. Whereas for the most part, socialist literature on the Garvey movement has been hostile, and that dynamic still does take place. It's still very, very apparent, even in recent times. As far as the academy is concerned, they are not as hostile as they once were. That's why you can get some, and because obviously they have access to archives and records, you can access the documentation through the books that are being written. You know what I'm saying? If you're looking to research, and so there's some good stuff there. At the same time, there's always also been a tradition of brothers and sisters, particularly who profess socialism as opposed to communism, and are not bound by the Leninist school, the Marxist-Leninist school, that have been always positive, even if critical, about Papa Garvey. And one such scholar that I put in that regard is Robert Lewis, and his wife, Maureen Warner Lewis. Both are scholars in their own right. But this book, Marcus Garvey, Anti-Colonial Champion, is a very good read, and it also does a lot to expand upon the work of Papa Garvey in the years after 1927 when he returned to Jamaica. Very, very good book if you want to understand what Papa Garvey was doing in Jamaica between the years of 1927 and 1935. Excellent book to read. And so, but he also comes in the socialist tradition, but I'd highly recommend this book.
See, and that's, we have to talk about, in my opinion, during the Cold War, we have to talk about how the Comintern was
Yeah.
trying to take over the African American intelligentsia. And
Absolutely.
I often tell people that Marcus Garvey, like the black community, when Marcus Garvey was around, the Marxist Leninist movement really did not have a particular foothold into the
100%.
minds of African American people.
Mm-hmm.
But when they got him deported, that's when the Comintern took over and they had our minds. This is why you got people like Harry Haywood who went back and forth with Garvey. You had
Yeah.
other people. Leon Trotsky was trying to recruit some of the Harlem intellectuals
Yeah.
to make Black Red Army officers.
Yeah.
And so I often tell people who are African American and socialists, I'll be like, the only reason why you're kind of socialist is because we think that was the right idea, because after Marcus Garvey was deported, every person of color fell within, communism or capitalism, and we think that it's a good thing. But if we study the communist treatment towards people of color that was professed their movements,
Mm-hmm.
it's not what people think it is. Like,
Absolutely. This is an important point that you've brought up, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time on it, yeah? But for those who are interested, there's an excellent chapter, as you've already said, on Garvey's relationship with the communists in Race First, yeah? So, importantly, Garvey was an appreciator of what Lenin was doing in Russia, what the communist movement was doing specifically as it relates to Russia. What he guarded against, however, was the communist movement taking over the Black African movement for self-determination, liberation, and sovereignty. The primary area of divergence between Garveyism, Garveyites, and Leninites, because most of them were Leninites and Trotskyites and Stalinites during this period, was the question of race versus class. That Garvey and the UNIA-ACL was race first. Lenin and the Communist International is class first. The issue that the communist movement had in trying to cajole Africans into being a part of the Red Army, so to speak, was the fact that Garveyism existed and was organizing a mass movement of what they would define as workers and peasants. The overwhelming majority of the movement, of the Garvey movement, was the so-called working class and peasantry of Africans around the world. And that was, in fact, the group of people that the communist movement was trying to attract. Yes? And so
correct.
because Garveyism was dominating the scene, they had a hard time doing so. And so, as you've already alluded to, one of the ways that, for example, Trotsky, was able to, convince and seduce some of our luminaries at that time, some of our activists at that time, was to giving credence to the question of nationhood and nationality, yeah? Because Garveyism is about nationhood, yeah? And the establishment of a nation. And whereas within the context of race first, African nationhood is primary. Within the context of the communist movement, African nationhood is a matter for debate. And as and where it is accepted, it is a subsidiary question. It is the Negro question as a part of the communist movement. And so whereas some fought actively against the concept of African nationhood in any way, shape, or form, there were others, including Lenin, including Trotsky, who were more amenable to supporting the call for Black nationhood among African people in America in particular. So they didn't like any of them the idea of establishing an African nation on the continent. What they were willing to do, however, is support a call for Africans to establish nationhood.
Uh-oh. Hello? Hello? Oh, I'm the only one on here? Okay. But yeah, I recommend that if people really want to understand the mentality of the communists and Comintern, especially the people who we all know and love, I recommend that you all read a book called Black Crusader by Timothy Tyson, the story of Robert F. Williams, The Roots of Black Power. I recommend that you also take a chance to read Black Crusader by Robert Carl Cohan. And I also want you all to read the two biographies written about Ho Chi Minh, The Two Vietnams by Bernard B. Fall and Ho Chi Minh by William J. Diker. These works will tell you how many of the communists that we know and love felt about people of color within the communist nation. I'll say one more thing, and then I'll let my man take back over. Um, See, Marcus Garvey's words meant so much to Ho Chi Minh that kept him grounded, and that made him come back to his superiors when he was in Russia. And he said to them, "Let me go back home. I want to help my people." And they really wanted him to stay over there and let him be the token Asian. But when he went back home, he said to he says this to Robert F. Williams. He says, when I had heard Marcus Garvey spoke, that had made me leave the comforts that I had in America and go back home. And often when I fought the French, I often thought of his words.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, my brother. Apologies, brothers and sisters. I don't know what happened there. The internet just dropped on me. So it got COINTELPRO real. But yeah, it is what it is. But yes, my brother, I'm not even sure where I was up to, but I was in the process of concluding the point. The other dynamic there is that even though the Workers' Party and the Communist International and so on and so forth were trying to seduce brothers and sisters into their ranks, what Papa Garvey was able to identify early was that they were unable to overcome their white supremacy complex. Yeah, even though they were parroting "Workers of the World Unite and Fight," their anti-Africanness became very, very apparent. And so Papa Garvey, openly, rejected their overtures because they were able to overcome that contradiction, as well as the fact that, as I've already stated, even if they were, there is no substitute for African nationhood and sovereignty. So, feel free. Did you have a response to that, Barbara?
I think for further clarification, just to hit the nail on the head, I think we should take out message to the people by Marcus Garvey. He has a blurb that's written about how crazy the communists were. I think it's called message to the people, right?
You're correct. Yep, it's in there. I'll bring it up later.
Okay.
I'll bring it up in a
Right.
sec. Yeah, I'll bring it up in a sec. Only because I've spoken for a while, and I want to get to some of the comments and the questions, in the chat. Yeah. So brothers and sisters, that you feel free to stay where you are, my brother, or you can jump off when you're ready. It's up to you. It's open house. So brothers and sisters, we're here discussing scientific Garveyism. The presentation was released yesterday, and so we're having a conversation about it. You can feel free to ask questions, make comments if you watched it. And to be fair, any question that you want answered on Garveyism, Universal Afrikan Nationalism, scientific Garveyism today, feel free to ask it. Yeah, we'll get into it. So let me come back to the chat now. Oh, and you can click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat if you would like to join the panel, or you can ask your question or make your comment, or render your challenge in the comment section by @ing gotkushTV, @gotkushTV, and that's how you get your comment read out. Habari, bring up my brother Afro Native. Habari, is that going to be an article or a book publishing? I'm assuming you're talking about the scientific Garveyism writing, and I'll answer that question when I know more. All right, I hope that is sufficient. That suffices for now. All right. Bonchi says, how much of a strength is it that scientific Garveyism won't be as prescribed as the other revolutionary frameworks, set blueprints and rules, a work in progress, as you call it? That's a good question. And I'm not even sure if I'm saying that it won't be as prescribed. I think maybe I'm saying that it needs to be at least more prescribed than it is. At the same time, I think one of the lessons that we do learn from the Garvey tradition is flexibility, in the employment of strategy, if that makes sense, right? So the idea, and again, it's a work in progress. And then when you say a work in progress, I wonder if you meant to say working idealism, So there is a danger in getting caught up on too rigid an ideology. You can begin to straitjacket yourself, in that regard. And that's especially the case when principles become the strategy in and of itself, and so you're unable to organize outside of a certain very, very narrow prescription. So I think that if I'm understanding the essence of this question correctly, the idea of a working idealism sets the framework for us to develop in accordance with the material and social conditions of the people. That we're not gonna adhere to narrow interpretation, come what may, in all circumstances. Once there is there are certain basic foundational principles that are uncompromisable, that are being pursued and fulfilled in the work that we are doing, if that makes sense. So there will be some level of set bullet points and rules, that will exist to some degree, as it will exist in all movements, but working idealism denotes a certain level of flexibility as it stands. Go ahead, brother Kohani. Coffee Campbell is in the place, so we're going to come to him after you have rendered your comment, and then we're going to get to the chat again. Go ahead, Kohani.
See, I say with that, like, this is one of the first things that I think men who are learned, like all of us on here, I think we need to clearly define what Black nationalism is. Because a lot of people, when they say I'm a Black nationalist, they think, oh, I'm a pro-Black American. or I'm for my nationality on this island or piece of land, etc. So I think that we gotta kind of beat it into the people's heads what actual black nationalism is, and I think that we could, go from there. I think the rest to be easy.
Absolutely, that was part of the point of the presentation. One of the reasons why we emphasize the terminology Universal Afrikan Nationalism and what that term nationalism actually means. Yeah. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. And touching on what you have just said and merging it with what Buntry has just said, there is a need for a greater level of prescription than we have at the moment, because of the fact that a lot of terms have been either watered down, misunderstood, or just not understood at all. For example, Pan-Africanism. Yeah, we do need to, for those of us who use that terminology, there's been so much distortion and so much watering down that it becomes almost meaningless, yeah, to say Pan-Africanism unless we invest in certain prescriptions, for what we are referring to, yeah. And so there's a balance to be struck, however, in terms of rigid bullet points and rules to clear ideological principles, yeah. And with that, greetings and welcome to Coffee Campbell. Sorry, before you come, Coffee Campbell, let me just repeat that the link is in the chat, brothers and sisters. The link is in the chat. So if you want to come live, you can click the link pinned to the top of the chat, or you can ask your question from the chat by @gotkushTV, as other brothers have done and sisters have done thus far. Go ahead, Coffee Campbell.
Yeah, man, respect. I didn't get a chance to listen to the live still, and I almost never even get a chance to come on here today. But I listened it must it early in the morning. So you see, this is the thing when I have with black nationalists like you who lean to the socialist, anti-capitalist side. And I remember when I was doing the presentation on liberalism, and this brother, I think him named Tahark or wherever, take me to task, say, you're talking about capitalism and socialism like it's the Cold War. We ain't been in the Cold War no more. The Cold War ain't going on no more. You understand? And people like you and him and them kind of black nationalists, they love posit this pure system, African system outside of capitalism and socialism, because don't want to admit that you're taking Eurocentric, whatever, blah blah blah. But the so-called nationhood that want to posit just as vague and nebulous, and it is, if you scratch the surface, is the same collectivist, totalitarian, authoritarian ideology, right? And is a trick where a lot of nationalists use. The German Nazi them used to curse communism as a Jewish conspiracy, and they used to curse capitalism as a Jewish conspiracy too, because obviously they're not into the Jews. So both capitalism and communism, and then curse that. And we must go back to our German roots, right? Don't look to liberalism and the new modernity that the Jew conspire to come about, to bring about. We must go back to our German roots, you understand? And then go back to Greece and Rome and blah blah and whatever. But what actually resulted from that was the same totalitarian oppressive system, you understand, where them use the state to suppress them class and race enemies and to force a system on the nation, right? So I find say it's the same kind of thinking with a lot of the nationalists who say, boy, capitalism and socialism is Eurocentric. Let's go for our own, quote unquote, own. But when you scratch the surface, when you interrogate them a little bit, it's the same totalitarian, total system of state, top-down central planning system where them hate the concept of the individual and freedom. Yeah, freedom as defined by as absence of coercion of any kind. Them hate that. So you talk about your work in idealism, and you talk about science, right? Science is, I was going on the top of my head. Science is seen as doing what works. You apply the same thing in different space and time, and it should yield the same results. You know what I mean? So if you're talking about nationhood, talking about working idealism, you're going obviously talk about policies, right? And if you talk about if you're going to wrap it around in science, which is another trick I find want to come with, which is really aping the socialists with them scientific socialism is the same thing on I do. Now the socialists come with them what you call it, the pretense that fit them philosophy ideology is scientific, so you can't really oppose it, or you're opposing science. You understand? So all the killing and starving and the destruction, don't worry, it is science, right? So if you're going to say that you work in idealism is scientific, then it have to apply to different places at different times, and even towards different races and groups, right? You'll get the same results, right? So if you're going to talk about nationhood, what are the policies that yield the same results no matter where it is done, when it is done, and what race do it? So there are different types of nations, which you never get into the different types of nations. You have nations that are poor and defenseless and what some people call shithole countries, right? And you have rich, prosperous countries. Why do you have those things? Why do you have that division? Why are some nations rich? Why are some nations poor? You never get into that when you talk about nations or whatever. You just take some little selective quotes that fit your anti-capitalist agenda by Garvey and just throw it out there. But you never really get specific in terms of what kind of nation. Hold on. What kind of nation you want and what it is that you're offering Black people. Black people don't want to live in countries like Jamaica and Haiti, right? And I mean, Jamaicans and Haitians, they want to live in there. So you have to offer something that can entice. You have to learn to market your product. One thing with socialists, they know how to market them product. Bernie Sanders and all of them say, yes, man, if you vote for me, you're going to get free this and free that, and you're going to be prosperous. So you're going to have your Starbucks, you're going to drive in your Prius, Toyota, and you're going to have your iPhone and whatever. You're going to have the same standard.
I have to pause you. I have to pause you. Sorry, because you've spoken for a while, and not to say that there's no relevance in any circumstance in what you're saying. I'm just failing to see what it's got to do with the subject at the moment. We're discussing the
Give me an example.
Sorry, one second. We are discussing the substance of what was delivered in terms of scientific Garveyism. Yeah, and in fact, the one thing that you said that is relevant is your pronouncements on the use of that term and why we're using that term. So I will come back to that in a second. But yeah, I need and maybe you're hampered by the fact that you haven't actually watched the presentation as far as what you said.
Okay, maybe I didn't. Maybe it was so subtle that you said it and I never get it. So I want to know.
No, sorry.
Just like how the socialists.
Hold on, please. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to figure out what the relevance of what you're saying is to the presentation, right?
What is your aim? Do you want peace?
And the subject. So hold on a second, please. Thank you. So let me respond first and foremost to your pronouncement on scientific. We're doing the same thing that the socialists have done. And in
but you
one
asked me
sense,
a question I never answered. I you know allow
sorry,
me to answer.
you've asked me a question as well. I'm responding to the pronouncements that you've made, and I'm responding to the one thing that you said that has any relevance to the subject. Right?
What was the question I asked?
Sorry, again, it's a discussion. Yeah, so I'm not just responding to questions. I'm responding to the points that you've made. Hold on, I'm responding to the point you've made, and you made a point about our use of the term scientific. It is the only thing that you said that's relevant, yeah, to what we are discussing.
All right, let me ask the question.
You can ask the question afterwards. I'm going to respond to that. Then you can ask the question. All right. So the term scientific Garveyism was actually coined by my uncle Olatunji, and some of the thoughts that go into it, that the use of that terminology, actually do relate to what you said. Yeah. At least in my mind, and I'm sure when we discuss this as a part of the politics department of the Alkebu-Lan Revivalist Movement, some of the considerations related to the extent to which the consideration of Garveyism as a working idealism, or in this instance, as a theory, has been dominated by socialist readings and socialist understandings. That the standard has been set by the communist movement and related socialist movements, and all else is being judged in accordance with that standard and distorted accordingly. Yeah. It was also in that context considered to be the case that since the latter part of the 20th century, because of the fact that the socialist movement dominated much of the interpretation within the Pan-African and African nationalist movement, that there was a presumption of ideological and theoretical supremacy on the part of the socialist ideologies. Yeah. And so, and even me, I'm questioning the use of the term scientific Garveyism at the moment, right? But the point of the terminology is that we, in as much as those who adhere to other ideologies, including Marxism, including Leninism, including communism, including socialism, broadly speaking, including capitalism, including social democracy, including laissez-faire and market fundamentalism, to the extent that these philosophical and ideological frameworks, yeah, promote themselves as not just, and this is true particularly in the case of Marxism, a set of ideas that are applied in particular context, but as a methodology. Yes, a methodology that you can use to derive practice in relating to your material environment. We are saying that as far as African people are concerned, Garveyism, Universal Afrikan Nationalism, Afrikan Fundamentalism is a methodology for understanding and putting forward action on behalf of African people. That's what we're emphasizing with the use of the term scientific. It is a play on words. It is designed to be provocative, and it is designed to be provocative exactly for its association with the socialist movements, who have, generally speaking, been hostile towards Garvey and Garveyism. And finally, I'll say this: it's also encouraging us, as those who adhere to the legacy, to be more scientific. And I begin the presentation, which you haven't seen, in terms of defining scientific and a scientific approach. So being more scientific in terms of how we appreciate Garveyism. That Garveyism is not just me read philosophies and opinions and race first. And I can tell you when all the convention them did go on, I know where Garvey was in 1929, yeah, where office did there and all them things there. That's not a scientific approach to understanding the legacy. So it's not just about the fact that Garveyism is scientific. It's encouraging us to be more scientific in terms of how we approach and engage and consider the subject of the ideology and thought and practice of the movement that is referred to as Garveyism, African Fundamentalism, Universal Afrikan Nationalism. So that's why we use the term scientific.
All right. So if you're using science to deal with racialist ideology, that's pseudoscience. It's not scientific, right? Science. The whole reason why the socialists call them things science is because them want to argue that it don't matter which race adopt this ideology, it will yield the same results, right? So you can't put science and Garveyism if you can argue that Garveyism is only for a certain group of people and a certain set of policies that can only yield results for this race of people. That's not scientific. That's, again, that harken back to a time when the Nazi them used to talk about the Jewish science and Italian mathematics. Italian mathematics. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Go on.
We're dealing with Garveyism. Marcus Garvey said race first. What is your understanding of what he meant by race first?
Yeah, you put your race first in terms of you dedicate your life to uplifting Negro improvement, the material, spiritual conditions of of Black people first. You put that first. Hold on. So
all right. So hold on. One second. To the extent that African people, the race, is a unique entity in this regard, to that extent that it is an entity distinguishable from other geopolitical entities, that in and of itself denotes and connotes specificity. That there are certain things that we have to do specific to we because of our historical experiences and current circumstances. It doesn't mean that when we do for ourselves will not in some way, shape, or form, and in with modifications appropriate to other people, will not be replicated. Yeah, there are, within the context of all liberation movements, there are certain basic principles and values that you can find that replicated and employed. For example, one would argue that when Papa Garvey said race first, Mao Zedong applied that concept to himself and the people of China. Yeah. Did Mao Zedong apply the concept of race first to African people? No. Mao Zedong went to China and applied it to Fim Ona people. And the way that looked among the people in China is not going to be the same as the way it looked among the people in Vietnam, among the people in India, and it won't be the same as how it looks among us as African people, because if we are being scientific, the social, psychological, and material and cultural conditions of African people are going to be different. So what makes it scientific is that when the environment is different, the experiment produces different results. Yeah. Now, if you had watched the presentation, you would know that I actually engage in the political chicanery that is performed with the disqualification of the concept of race, and the fact that that disqualification was not scientific at all and was in fact political. In fact, you were here but a month ago when our good elder Cecil Gutsmore actually ministered on that very same topic in relative detail and extensivity. Yeah. So we as Garveyites affirm race first in its scientific expression and manifestation, and you cannot be a Garveyite and disqualify and render the concept of race unscientific. It don't make no sense at all. Garvey said race first.
All right, so
you have to understand what race means and what race is.
All right, so I don't want to get bogged down into our
sorry, Coffee. 1 second. Let me just reiterate, brothers and sisters. The link is in the chat. So anybody can come through. Link is in the chat. Especially for those who watch the presentation. Well, I shouldn't say that. Whether or not you watched the presentation yesterday, we are having a conversation about scientific Garveyism. So even if you are unable to watch it and you have a question, feel free to come through, and I will gladly answer your question. We'll have a whole presentation here, and we'll get to that also. But let's reiterate. Oh, and if you want to ask your question just from the chat, feel free to just at gotkushTV, and we'll get to that. Scientific is conducted in the manner. So scientific is not the same as science. Yeah, science is science, as in the physical, material sciences. Scientific is conducted in the manner of science. Yeah, so that's why you have social sciences. Yeah, social sciences are not the same as material or physical sciences. They're not intended to be. Yeah, that's the whole nature of the thing. But you're behaving in a manner conducive with the manner of science, according to results of investigation by science, practicing or using through scientific methods. Yeah. So we're talking about investigation, drawing results and applying methodology based upon those results. And that operates on various different levels in relation to the topic of Garveyism. Coffee, stay where you are, because I've got two brothers who have joined me. So I'm gonna give them some space, because you've had a good bite at the apple so far. And
yeah, but we're not done.
I know, but it's not the Coffee Campbell show. All right, we're discussing scientific Garveyism, and you've spoken quite extensively, and so I want to give some space, and I want to give some space to the other brothers who have joined us.
Star, you're around behind people now, man. Yo, we're not finished with you yet.
My brother, I'm a grown man. Yeah, them kind of reverse psychology don't work upon me. Yeah, first of all, and secondly, one second. I want to give the other brothers who have come through a chance to speak. You're not forgotten away. You can stay right which part you're there, and I will come back to you. It's very simple. And we've had a lot of masculine energy on the panel. Yeah, so I'm calling all the sisters in them. Yeah, come and get some feminine energy, because say the Garvey movement, one of the things that I emphasize that I
is Delani that
at the end of the presentation. Yes, it is. It's Delani that that I was only able to touch on at the end of the presentation was the imperative of women leadership. Yeah, the imperative of which is the defining aspect of the Garvey movement, and so we're going to come back to that. All right, Coffee, mute your mic, please, because I'm getting some feedback. In order of appearance, Brother Delani, and then we're going to come to the one and only Sam P.K. Collins. Go ahead, Brother Delani. Good to see you, bro.
Rise up, my lad. Rise up, everyone. Yeah. Sorry for the technical difficulty coming in, because I couldn't really hear. Because me hear Kofi had make some remarks, then I have to sharpen my accent in my talk, They don't want to miss nothing. But excellent presentation, Pan Garvey. I like the fact that you merge the science, because I consider myself like a scientific Pan-Africanist as well.
Yes, sir.
Because I felt like that part of it has been missing in our struggle. I mean, no knock on the spirituality part. We're very spiritual people. We're very loving. We're very caring. But I think we need to discipline ourselves scientifically. And we need to build some laboratories in our nation, see it. And we need to be able to pursue our own scientific discoveries. Come up with our own cures, our own solution scientifically to our problem. Interacting with nature scientifically, instead of praying and believing and hoping and all them things. So I like the whole idea of tying scientific approach to our liberation and to our living. Not just liberation. After we liberate, we have to build the nation, we have to run the nation, and it have to be based on the best practice available, the highest level of science available. You know what I'm saying? Especially to even protect our nation, because under this capitalist, imperialist domination right now, if you can't protect yourself, your liberation can be eliminated overnight, as we all know. See it. So man like Kofi and Fee, crew them will come down and drop some serious missile on your head back. See it. So you have to can protect yourself. See it. So yeah, man. So I want to big you up for for that make that connection, you know.
Yes, like the Israeli them in Gaza. They might go drop some serious.
I tell you, my brother, some serious.
With them American spot bomb.
But I give you missiles for breakfast and all them sitting there. So yeah. So we have to protect ourselves. So we have to do it scientifically. I mean, I wish we could have prayed our way and hum or say something fanciful in a nature and protect we. But so far we have not been able to be successful at that. And you know, we always have to make room for the spiritualists them to do them work. But when we get intelligence that there's 100 missiles coming our way, and we have like 4 hours to prepare, we are giving the spiritualists them half an hour, you know. And after the half an hour done, them have to step aside at the general, them want to line up now. You know, see it. You know, see it. That we have to deal with this thing. We can't make we little village and community get destroyed. You know, I mean, as much as we want, we love them, we give them a chance, we're not going to exclude nobody. You know, see, but me love that. Me love that dress up. Me love how you put that on, and you know that's nice. But one of the things we kind of entice me for calling still is Kofi remarks them. You know, see, so more drop a little piece on that, and then you know make the show kind of roll. You know.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. But briefly, we're not going to labor the thing.
Yeah, go on.
Kofi always give this presentation about liberalism and how people who are practicing any type of liberation philosophy, we are somehow synonymous with totalitarianism and killing of people and mass destruction and this outdated 1940s and 1950s concept of the world, and try to impose that upon African liberation movement, as if to delegitimize our liberation struggle, to negate it, and you know, and to lard up capitalism and imperialism as the liberating force of mankind and how they are successful. Because here when we try to do the paint them, oh look on the one who are successful. You know, what kind of policy did they carry? You know, they had a liberal capitalist policy. But why you don't tell you that all of them who are successful has been the enslavers, the colonizers of the last 500 years, have maimed and killed millions of people in the pursuit of their profit and their wealth. And all the wealth that they used to build up this great metropolitan cities across the Western world was built on the blood, sweat, and tears of indigenous people around the world.
Let me tell you why that's impossible, Brother Delani. Because liberalism is the absence of coercion. Yeah, so
it never happened. Never happened.
They never coerce nobody. You know what I'm saying? Because they're
never take it.
It's impossible for them to coerce anybody. There was no coercion in the lives of Britain.
It's the contradiction and the irony and the hypocrisy of it all. You know what I'm saying? We see straight through that. This is the kind of preaching that Westerners and Western leaders and apologists preach to the world. And as they say, we are idiots. We don't see what you have done to us, to the vast majority of the planet. We want to turn a blind eye to all of that and take you on face value now. Say you are the pariah of freedom and justice and prosperity. And any nation that get 300 years of free labor, if you're not prosperous, something wrong with you. Something you need to get your head examined. You get 300, and we're talking about 500 years now because we are getting our crumbs off of the table of imperialism and capitalism. And if you don't make it successful after that, something is wrong. And you try to divide, you try to pretty up and paint up all this development, void of all that exploitation and oppression that have taken place.
One second. Let me land you, Brother Danny, because you're
yes,
nothing. That,
yes, respect.
But I do want to keep it on topic, yeah. Just to say, though,
yes.
That what you have described, yeah. Papa Garvey referred to as the tragedy of white injustice, yeah, a poem which you can read in the poetical works of Marcus Garvey, the tragedy of white injustice. Long poem where he got through all the history of the white man. Yeah? I know brutalize everybody upon the planet. So that's appropriate. Journalist extraordinaire, brother Sam P.K. Collins is in the building. So we want to come to the Russ. Yeah, right, you know. Greetings, brother Sam P.K. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks, brethren.
Let me say this, host of All Eyes on Africa on gotkushTV, soon to be Kimbunga Media. So do stay tuned. Watch his first episode right now, and we're going to get feature more in the future. Go ahead, brother Sam PK.
Man, first, just give thanks for an awesome analysis yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Very, very powerful. And what I'll say is that we got to bring the science back in the nation building. Science is very, very critical, because what has happened over the last few decades is that African people have talked about unity, but they haven't been scientific about it. What does unity look like? Beautiful. How do we function as a nation? How do we organize ourselves? How do we create systems through which our unity can be actualized? And Garveyism represents that, because Garveyism is the manifestation of unity, when everybody's on one accord, when they have values that are fundamental to the survival of the race, when they create institutions that are vital to the race, because it's all about institutions. It's not about rhetoric. That's why I really enjoyed your emphasis on his works, on Papa Garvey's works, on the institution building rather than the rhetoric. The rhetoric is what motivates you to go. But as far as your day-to-day, what are you doing on the day-to-day to create institutions? Can these institutions be passed down from parents to children? Can you write a booklet with the standard operating procedures of your institution and give it to anybody, so that when you are gone, they can conduct the same experiment? That's what science is. Being able to conduct trial and error and create something that'll last for generations. So we should not stray away from science. I would go as far to say that spirituality is science. It's a sort of metaphysics, in the sense that given our intelligence as African people, we were able to mold the seen and unseen to manifest things beyond our greatest imagination. And I would go as far to argue that once we started adopting a Eurocentric paradigm, which I would call socialism to some extent, I think that the race part got diluted a bit. We started to lose focus on race, and because we did, we let foreign elements into our movement, and the spirituality got lost, and the spirituality got weakened to some extent. Because even on the African continent, where continentals might argue to some extent that race doesn't exist, they can't really say that, because if you look in Northern Africa, you got the Arab invasion. If you go to West African countries, the Lebanese and the Chinese and the Indians are taking over. Even our own, the people who are supposed to represent the people through the government, they are bending to the will of those powers rather than the melanated Black people who live in their country. So we have to adopt a race-first consciousness, and we got to be very cognizant about what that means. We got to, I one day what I would like to see, and I know that it's already in existence, I would like to see a unification of all the Garveyite institutions, around how we could systemically conduct business and unify and come up on accord. Of course, we got to do it somewhat in secret, but at the very same time, that's what science is. Science is actually doing the work. We should not stray away from the word science. We should not be afraid of science. And as far as liberalism, I understand this is a Chinese man, but Mao Zedong spoke against liberalism. If you read his work, liberalism is what plagues our institutions, our organizations. When people are afraid to criticize one another, or instead of criticizing somebody to their face, you criticize them behind their back and you make gossip. If we're supposed to be scientific, if we're building institutions, then I should not be afraid of you to come to you as a brother. You as a brother or a sister shouldn't be afraid to come to me and tell me where I should improve as a person, because by the end of the day, we're conducting business. It's about conducting business. It's about the greater institution. There are no feelings involved to some extent, when we are building institutions. And as African people, we have lost that by getting caught up in personalities rather than the topic at hand. So, once again, it was just beautiful, hearing what I heard yesterday. It really energized me. You know, people need to recognize that Garveyism is the mother and father of African liberation movements. You know, we need to understand where the word Pan-Africanism came from and why it is different from African fundamentalism. Understood that it's all encompassing now, but we got to understand the race and class dynamics. And one more thing I'll say, you know, I really got to shoot this down. I'm tired of the capitalism, socialism dichotomy. Garvey was not a monopoly capitalist. How are you going to make money in the nation if you're not engaged in industry and commerce? How are you going to do for self? You cannot call a small business person who works in the community a capitalist if they don't have the means to production. If they're still in the black by even just a little bit. We don't own all of this stuff. What Garvey was attempting to do was spread some money around and invest in entities that would further our cause of global African nationhood. That was not being capitalistic. If anything, it was being communalistic. We are communalists. We cannot get caught up in the capitalist socialist dichotomy, because once we do that, we already lost. And I'll stop there.
Absolutely, my brother. Sam P.K. Collins, by the way, brothers and sisters, is a serious Garveyite, yeah. And so I look forward to exposing you to more of his black excellence, his blacktricity, as Baba Sengo would say, through gotkushTV, soon to be Kimbunga Media. I do want to just highlight one thing that you said, because it's important in terms of the framework of scientific Garveyism. A part of the process is deriving. So, like, whereas you know what, let me pull it in the mouth of Mama Amy Jakes again. Yeah. Yeah, I'm putting it in the mouth of Mama Amy Jakes again. All right, I'm putting it in the mouth of Mama Amy Jakes again. All right. She said the philosophers of Europe, England and America are the products of many sophisticated cultures, industrial and agricultural, mechanized economies, politically disciplined people revering white power. That's all of them. Yeah, all of them, from the capitalist them to the communist them, all of them revere white power. That she has said. Yeah. She says, few of them were activists, much less reformers. Invariably, they preferred to do revolutionary writing. Their philosophies cannot be wholly applicable to Garveyism, because he based his findings on and movement on the historical and current black experiences all over the globe. Right? So there's two things there. The first is that if you're going to liberate African people, you have to base your program on the historical and current experiences of African people and no other kind of people. Yes? Because you cannot apply the same exact template of another group of people upon African people. As I said in the presentation, does that mean that there is nothing to learn from other people? No, but you cannot take them thing and superimpose it on thing wholesale. It not gonna work. Why? Because our historical and current experiences, and therefore our social, political, economic, psychological, and cultural circumstances are going to be different. That's point number one. Point number two is I like the fact that you understood the emphasis on the work, because in a sense, people put theory before practice. They say theory and practice, yeah? And in essence, what we're doing with this is we're deriving the principles. We're in fact we're extracting the theory from the practice. Whereas all of the members of the UNIA weren't necessarily, engaging in the fine-tuned writing down of the philosophy. We are able to derive that philosophy, those principles, those values, those strategies from the work, yes, and document them in this time for the preservation of our future generations. But it comes from the work. So not just the ideas, the theories, yeah. This is not just, we're going to define now theoretically how African liberation must go on. No, we're actually looking at the efforts to liberate African people. Yes, the actual efforts and what worked and what didn't work and what worked and to what extent it worked. And then if it's going to work now, how do we need to change and evolve it for it to work under these circumstances? Yeah, that's what we're doing. And much of what, for example, anyway, I can come back to that, but Feel free to stay where you are, my brothers. I'm gonna get to the chat now, and then I'll come back to you, Coffee. Yeah, because you've been quiet, probably more quiet than you're used to being on this platform. So we give thanks for discipline and all these things. Right. I want to have more conversation with Bunchy about his last question, though. You know, about the rules, and Bunchy has a way of thinking that I'm sure there's more to discuss there, but we'll come back to that. Bunchy says, under scientific Garveyism, what specific Pan-African quandaries is there an opportunity to answer, project solution? Garvey style single African region, Garvey style over united Africa. I think I get where you're going. What I would say is that the principle, one of the, and this kind of responds to Baba Senghor's question as well, as what we need to be doing now. One of the key aspects of Garveyism that we can answer right now is the importance of institution building. Yeah, that all of the power of the people was channeled through the building of the institutions. Yeah, and there are creative ways in which we build institutions that allow us to maintain a mass orientation within our efforts. So it doesn't mean that we're going to have the masses immediately, but how we structure the institutions allow us to bring in and embrace the more of the masses progressively. What that means is what brother Sam PK was referring to a minute ago in terms of having a collectivist or a communalist approach, yeah, to the thing. I'll give you an example of what I mean. And there are Garveyites that are doing this today, yeah. But the Garvey movement was developing cooperative agriculture, yeah, throughout the Americas and on the continent. In fact, we often hear that when it comes to Liberia, that they bought land, and that may well be the case, that money changed hands in relation to land. But we had a sister on Africa Speaks of Alkebu-Lan last year, and she actually said that they actually negotiated land by speaking to indigenous so-called chiefs, yeah, on the ground in Liberia. And so they were granted custodianship over certain elements of land based upon having built a relationship, yeah, with the people on the ground and the indigenous social order, yeah. And so to the extent that agriculture and food sovereignty is an issue among African people, one of the ways that we can address this is by developing, and this is going to be difficult as well, because there's certain, our indigenous social order has also been negatively affected and corrupted. Yeah, so we're going to have to deal with that too. But I'm saying that as institution builders, I would argue that agricultural cooperatives are an important agenda for us to forward in this day and age. Yeah. Now, as far as a single style African region and them kind of things there, I think we have to be coming back to your previous question, Bunchy, we have to apply that as circumstances require. What do I mean by that? The UNIA-ACL elected a government and declared Papa Garvey President General. They also had a potentate, and the potentate had to be on the African continent, and so on and so forth. But there was also leadership throughout the ranks of the organization. Yeah, there was leadership among the women, there was leadership among the men, and each branch was supposed to have a president and a lady president. And we may find that structure in terms of president and lady president needs to be updated as well, needs to be reformed as well. Yeah, for more balance between those two roles. We understand that they're trying to maximize the woman leadership within the organization. Yeah, so it's important for us to note that, yeah, the different levels of leadership. Do we require a one leadership in terms of one leader in terms of president or that kind of form of leadership? And again, the answer depends on the circumstances. Let me say what I mean. It's beautiful to develop consensus, and we would argue, or many people do argue, that consensus building is the dominant expression of social political order within African cultures. I think there's justifiable reason to suggest that that is the case, and it's a good process to engage in. However, when you are in a state of war, consensus building is a luxury that you probably cannot afford, right? That's what I'm saying. So different styles of leadership apply to different circumstances. And so in terms of being scientific, one of the things that we have to do in relation to Garveyism is study leadership styles, leadership structure, and the functionality of various different leadership structures. And we can apply multiple on different levels as they apply, if that makes sense. Yeah. And that's a very broad answer. But I think one that kind of at least goes some way to answering the question. And I'm going to deal with this one thing of a United Africa. The United Africa is something that we cannot compromise because of the fact that the material circumstances that we're under. And that process may be gradual. It's going to be gradual. But in relation, the material circumstances demand of us a certain level of functional and operational unity across national borders as they are currently constructed. Yeah. And so we have to have the vision to hold on to that idea and be creative in terms of how we bring it about. And that's a whole conversation in and of itself. I hope I'm answering your questions there, Bunchy. I know there may be aspects of it that I'm not tapping into, but feel free to either come live or re-ask in the chat, and I'll come to them. Yeah, all right.
If I may,
very very quickly, some pieces so I can get to coffee.
No problem. Any efforts to unite Africa got to come from the grassroots.
Yes, sir.
These governments
good point.
Are making.
Good point. Good point. Essential point. Yeah. So that one of the things that Garveyism teaches us is that the foundation of that unification is going to come from people to people and not government to government, and that the governments will only be moved via the organization of the people. That's a Garveyite principle that we can extract from the working idealism of Garveyism. An extremely important point, Brother Sam PK. Thank you very much. Coffee, go ahead.
Yeah, like me say, you can't apply science to nation building, because humans are just not that predictable, right? We're very unpredictable. We all have our own biases and interests, and to claim that those interests are some government or bureaucracy or central planner or us a G4 can know what the interests are for thousands, hundreds of millions of people is really dangerous and unscientific, because we don't even know our own interests sometimes. You understand? Because I mean, we change our minds about things so many times. At least some of us who are curious and don't submit to dogma and religious faith, right? We are inquiring minds, and we change sometimes. Our interests change, our values change, our perception and worldview change when we age, and even before we get too old. We kind of suss out that certain things don't really work, or certain ideologies not really pan out and whatever, and then we're based on new experience and new knowledge, we change, right? So it is very, very dangerous when you hear people talking about applying science to nationhood. That is a child of the 19th century European romanticism and scientism, this fetishization, I'm going to use that Marxist term, of science and applying science to nationhood. That is thoroughly Eurocentric. All right. So in terms of like cooperative agriculture and so forth, like I said, the science part of it, science plus government, you're going to have problems, right? So what is the difference between the cooperative agriculture of the Garveyites and Ujamaa in Tanzania? What is the difference between the kibbutz in Israel among the Jews who the rich Jews did finance it before 1948? After 1948, the Israel experiment with socialism, right? One of them, Israel experiment with socialism, was a big failure. Tanzanian experiment with socialism was a big failure. So what's different between that and the voluntary or the cooperatives of the UNIA, or even the cooperatives of Pinnacle? What's the difference? Voluntary. lack of coercion, liberalism, freedom. That's the difference. When people are free to experiment with certain things, you make changes. When certain things don't really pan out, you're not ideologically or bureaucratically wedded to a certain view or a certain way, because you have the freedom to change and adapt and progress. However, when the state take over certain things, it is much, much more difficult to change, which is why I say again, Black people, when you hear people talking about unity under science and seek ye first the political kingdom, run as fast as you can, because is the humanity has tried that already, and it results in gulags, it results in mass starvations, and read about it in the Soviet Union, right? So Jelani talked about the 300 years of free labor, and that's why people prosperous. I mean, come on, man, how many years of free labor the Ottomans them did have, and the Arabs did have of Black people? And in the 19th century, when the West did take off prosperity-wise, Arabs were still backward and poor, and then did have more years of free labor from Black people and even their own people, because them people enslave anything we have to, right? So obviously, it's not exploitation that can explain the tremendous wealth that we see now. It have to be something else, and it is that something else that Black nationalists and of today and ShakaRa in interpretation never interrogate, never explore, because you accept the outdated, irrelevant thesis that it is exploitation and enslavement that create lots of riches. This thesis has been taken to its logical, ridiculous conclusion. I remember listening in Black Power Media, this brother named anyway, it's not Ball, it's one of them. But anyway, him said, for Black people to be prosperous, we have to find a race of people to enslave. Yeah, because according to his Marxist interpretation, that the only way people can get rich, and the riches that you see in the West now, is as a result of slavery. Ergo, if Black people want to be rich and powerful, you have to find somebody to enslave. Now, that is a very pessimistic and I don't want to say dark.
Coffee. I'm gonna ask you.
You're gonna interrupt, but you never interrupt the other one them still. But like I said, you did not interrogate.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Stay on topic.
Yeah, first of all, I did actually interrupt Brother Delani and ask him to land for a similar reason. You've had a long time to speak, and none of it actually relates to what we're speaking about at the moment, right? So this is the point that I don't understand what the relevance is here, apart from you just
let me explain now.
Sorry. Apart from just repeating general, Western imperialist free.
You are a socialist, and you are a socialist.
Excuse me. Your interpretation of my political economic ideology is irrelevant to this conversation, right? We are discussing scientific Garveyism. Okay, and very little of what you are saying at the moment actually relates to that and actually applies to the topic. Yeah. So other than
you know why
again, the only thing that actually applies is your exploration of the term scientific, and I think that your criticism in this regard is in fact misplaced, because there is a term that is rising in what is called pluralistic, economic thinking. This is as far as the academy now. That is challenging what is referred to as neoclassical economics. And neoclassical economics is economics as it is taught in the academy. And it's challenging neoclassical economics. And by the way, the primary dominant philosophies within that are taught in neoclassical economics are those of capitalism, particularly in its laissez-faire, free market fundamentalist format. And the term science envy comes from the fact that the leading lights of the neoclassical economics that essentially come out of the Austrian school and the children of the Austrian school attempt to promote and teach laissez-faire capitalism and free market fundamentalism as though it is a science. You will hear statements such as the laws of economics, i.e., economics as we define it, are immutable. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, you've made that statement on this platform before, that economics in and of itself is a standalone science, that it has laws that are akin to the laws of the universe, the laws of force and the laws associated with gravity and physics, yeah? That the laws of economics, right?
But if you didn't give me a chance, I would explain it, but you love.
Sorry, that the laws of economics are akin to the laws of physics. So it is them who is making that claim. Yes? I
never say it was akin to physics.
It is them who is making that claim. I'm saying that your criticism is misplaced. You need to talk to your people them in the academy. You need to talk to the descendants of Milton Friedman and Hayek and von Mises and all of them about that, because that is what they are promoting. They are promoting. You need to talk to the what's the man we said, the Japanese boy we say,
run from it.
History. What's the Japanese boy that said? History has ended. The fall of the Soviet Union, history has ended it complete. We know exactly what the laws and the policies, this is the argument that Coffee is making now, that there are certain specific policies that make countries rich. And if you divert from those policies, yes, then you won't be rich. So what is that but in elevating the principles associated with those theories, those policies, to a science? If you don't follow those principles of science, physics, it not go work. That is what these people are promoting. That is FIDEM argument. So your criticism in this regard don't apply to I and I. I and I don't say already. Social sciences are not sciences in the same way as physical sciences. Politics and economics is not physics and chemistry. It is not that. We are being scientific in terms of our methodology for understanding certain things. The term social science is a legitimate terminology. That is what we are referring to. And essentially, as it relates to Garveyism, what is being said is that the solutions that apply to African people have to be derived from the history, culture, and current realities facing African people. That is the point that is being made. Yeah. So we are not going to be, unfortunately, for you and the communists, them cajoled into accepting foreign philosophies as they apply to other races also. And we are not going to substitute the goal and the mission of African sovereignty for the free market or workers of the world unite. Yeah. And as far as the Garvey movement is concerned, what was apparent where the Garvey movement was concerned is that the Garvey movement was not going to allow either the capitalists or the communists to define the mission, the goal, the strategies, the theory that African people employ. So if you want to have a fight with communism, go to the communists. Yes? Go on to the remnants of it, wherever it exists in the world. Now, here's the one thing that we have to understand, however. One of the things that those who want to defend white power, white nationalism in today's world, and when I refer to that, what I'm talking about is the hegemony of the West in particular. The domination of the West. because they have different ways of seducing us into accepting their domination. And one of those ways is promoting themselves as success stories of wealth and power, and seducing us into believing that in order to attain that wealth and power, we have to align with them and not challenge them. We have to align with them in thought and practice, and we also have to accept their power and domination of the world. Adapt them, go on with, brothers and sisters. We have to know that the policies that they promote as far as what wealth looks like, as far as you become wealthy, are not the policies that they practiced to attain their wealth. When you study the history of these people versus the philosophy and the theories they promote, they did not become powerful as they promote, open your market and allow us into. That's not how they become powerful, brothers and sisters. And so in relation to that, let me give you know, coming back to the topic, because Papa Garvey understood this. And because he understood this, he taught us to be aware of the propaganda, of the white man. So let me bring you the words of Papa Garvey on propaganda, so we can understand where we are dealing with right here now. We have to understand this issue of propaganda. Hold on, the brothers and sisters. I want to quote the prophet absolutely correctly right here now. Yeah, it's important that we understand these things, because again, I'm failing to see the relevance of any of the last pronouncement to the conversation that we're having, as except for a defense of white Western ideologies and the power dynamics that come with that. If I'm actually going to bring it on the screen, so people can see when I read, I'm actually going to bring it on the screen, all right? So hold on, let me bring it on the screen, let the people them see it, all right. Papa Garvey said the white man has succeeded in subduing the world by forcing everyone to think his way, from his God to his fireside. He has given to the world, from his Bible to his yellow newspaper sheet, from him University and him Financial Times and him Daily Mail, and him Guardian, and him Economist, and him Spectator, and him New York Times. He has given from his Bible to his yellow newspaper sheet a literature that establishes his right and sovereignty to the disadvantage of the rest of the human race. The white man's propaganda has made him the master of the world, and all those who have come in contact with it and accepted it have become his slave. Me say, the white man's propaganda has made him the master of the world, and all those who have come in contact with it and accepted it have become his slave. There is a logic to white power and Western imperialism, brothers and sisters, and that logic is wrapped in the language of liberalism. That logic is wrapped in the language of democracy. That logic is wrapped in the language of globalization. That logic is wrapped in the language of capitalism. That tells us unless you follow this model, it now go on. You're not going to be successful. And what happens is, them not leave you alone, for try where you are try. We just talk about no coercion. If there was no coercion, then would I leave Nkrumah alone? Then would I leave Secretary alone? Then would I leave Modibo Keita alone? Then would I leave Thomas Sankara alone? Then would I leave Patrice Lumumba alone? Then would I leave Dedan Kimati alone? Then would I leave Namzama Madikizela, Winnie Mandela alone? Then would I leave Samuel Machel alone? Then would I leave Zondeni Sabukwe alone and Mangalisa Sabukwe alone? Then would I leave Marcus Garvey and Amy Jakes Garvey alone? But that's not what happened. There is coercion all up and throughout the relative power and prosperity of the white man. and white nations in this day and time. That is why they have the biggest militaries all over the world. What is a military but a coercive instrument? Why do they need militaries and military high commands all over the world? What is the purpose of AFRICOM on the African continent? What's the purpose of it? And why is it wherever white militaries are strong, white corporations tend to be stronger? What's the relationship between the white military and the white corporation and the white government? It's why I go on this. Yeah? So when we're scientific about our experiences as African people, we don't fall for the white man's propaganda. Scientific Garveyism is a tool for dissecting and rejecting the propaganda of the Bakra, the Mozungu, the Oyibo, the Obruni, the Mundele. That's from the white man propaganda. And deal with the real historical and contemporary experiences of African people. Brother Delani,
all right, so that filibuster finished now.
Yes, sir. Brother. Yes, rise up for that. That was an excellent analysis, a very accurate analysis, my brother. I think you dealt with Kofi quite handsomely, very nicely there. So I don't think I need to labor those points anymore, but to go back on the topic and in alignment with what you're coming with. And as I'm listening to you, I'm beginning to look at our overall struggle. Like, we have to put it in the context of our lived experience, our grounding, our reality. And when I look at the neo-colonial governance structure that pretty much all over the diaspora and also all over Africa.
Sorry, Robert Delany. Sorry to interrupt you. I did mean to say, brothers and sisters, we're doing overtime here, so we have time. All right, so we're not gonna end anytime soon. Yeah. But the link is in the chat, and I don't want to neglect the chat as well because people are asking their questions in the chat. So I'm going to come to your comments again in the chat very shortly, brothers and sisters. So do stay tuned. But you can at gotkushTV in the chat, or you can click the link and come live with me. So apologies for not coming to you for a while, but I'll come to you again very soon. And big up my Empress in the building. Yeah. Big up my Empress in the building. Don't worry, me hear you. Yeah, me hear you. So we're gonna follow what you say. Yeah, because when my Empress talk, no dog back. All right. Go ahead, Brother Delany.
Yes, my brother. Yes. And as I'm saying, to analyze what you're saying and try to fit it into the overall struggle for our liberation, for our development, and importantly, to take in consideration our contemporary reality. And I think that is important because we have to look at how we are situated.
Absolutely.
For instance, when we're situated in Europe and in America, it's a different situation than when you're situated in the Caribbean or in Central and South America in relationship to the neo-colonial governance structure, which, if they were liberationists, if they were Pan-Africanists, would be implementing these policies in the forms of curriculum in our population.
Absolutely.
That the whole idea of a scientific Pan-Africanism or scientific Garveyism should be implemented, or would be by now within the last 50 years, inculcated into the elementary school system, into the secondary school system, and into the tertiary school system, to produce the cadre of leadership necessary to deal with our problem as African people.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Because the institutions that you refer, and you say it very frequently in your analysis, in your formulation of the idealism that you speak of, is very essential. But, and I must say this, the neo-colonial governance structure are in control of the resources that we have been able to gain in the last, say, 60, 75 years, that we have wrestled away from the imperialist forces.
But and Brother Lalin, the neo-colonial governments were deliberately instituted as a tool of white power to serve capitalist interests. That is a fact. Yes, that the situation as it exists in majority African nations right now, whereby resource extraction is being facilitated by corporations, multinational corporations, is a reality that was deliberately instituted. And the Garvey movement, under the leadership of Marcus Garvey in the 1920s, understood that dynamic.
That's correct.
Yes? And
That's
spoke
correct.
to that dynamic in the 1920s.
In
the 1920s, 100 years ago, when you don't talk, you'll come to a quote upon it and what the UNIA was talking about in the 1920s. Well, go ahead.
Which bring me to this concluding remarks is that within this idealism has to be a strategy to deal with the neo-colonial governance structure as well as the capitalist governance structures.
Absolutely.
We have to can deal with them because we have to have a mechanism, because institution build it unless we're going to build it independently of the land, the resources, existing institutions, to get our people engaged in it on a mass level.
Absolutely.
That's a Herculean task.
Absolutely.
So I think one of the paths is to be able to wrestle some of these resources and some of these territories away from the neo-colonial forces. At least be able to challenge them politically.
Absolutely.
For space within our people thought process to be able to get our people to understand that these forces have to give way. We have to be able to pressure them politically.
That takes organization.
Organizationally, and to be able to get the population inspired to be able to say we need to move in our interests. Because one of the areas that we can definitely win on is the area of land. Because so many of our people have been dispossessed of land. From the transition away from enslavement to colonization and to present day, the resource and the land tend to remain in the same hands. The same elite forces and their descendants still control the land. And what happened to our people is a travesty, because after so-called independence, the land should have been redistributed where everybody get a share of the land, or the land is used for communal purposes. For the development of everyone. And that never happened. And I think that we have to come with a message to correct that injustice and to align our people back with their African self through mechanisms such as scientific Garveyism and Pan-Africanism. We need to inculcate them into our teaching system, into our curriculum, some kind of way.
Brother Delani,
I'll land there, my brother.
Your point is extremely important, especially if we're learning the lessons of Garveyism under the leadership of Marcus Garvey himself. One of the key agendas of the UNIA ACO under the leadership of Marcus Mosiah Garvey was to wrestle back land from the colonizer. Yes? Various attempts were made. Yeah. And in fact, when Papa Garvey was on trial, one brethren who betrayed him went to the court case and said when he was a captain, a ship captain, and he said and had some expertise in ships, and he said Papa Garvey, when they met, Papa Garvey asked him about the possibilities of floating a couple hundred ships into a port on the African continent, right? Now I don't even know how true that is. Yeah. But the reality is, and in fact, you know what, Baba Senghor has returned, right? And we can get into this a bit more with Baba Senghor, because he will know this, yeah. But when it comes to the issue of land, we have to look at, for example, the petitions, that the UNIA ACL wrote in relation to the League of Nations at the time. Look at the pronouncements of the UNIA ACL conventions in relation to the land that Germany was confiscated, quote unquote, from Germany after the conclusion of Mass European War II, and how that land as far as African nations are concerned, was apportioned among European colonizers. And the UNIA-ACL, as the leading organization, but not the only one at the time, was saying that that land should be returned to the African people. Yes, and presented themselves as an organization that could receive custodianship of that land. Yeah, now not only one strategy was applied in relation to these things. Look at UNIA relationship with Senegal, so not Senegal, Sierra Leone and Liberia, and the extent to which the reclamation of African land was a key dynamic in the plight of the UNIA-ACL under the leadership of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. So it stands to reason, to whatever extent our land is still dominated by colonizers, a key aspect of our program right now has to be the reclamation of the land. And that is why we support land issue in Zimbabwe, and we support land issue in South Africa, and we support land issue in Haiti, and we support land issue in Jamaica, and etc., etc., etc. Because when you look at why we don't have access to our land, it is because our governments are neo-colonial, and the governments are neo-colonial in the service of white power, and that white power is white governments, white military, and white corporations. All three operate under the auspices of the capitalist imperialist structure in today's world. That I go on right here now.
Brother ShakaRa, a technical issue on my part. 1% left on my battery. It's gonna cut off, so I'm gonna keep listening offline. I'm gonna listen on my TV. So just bear with me. It's gonna lock down. So I want to leave in a very honorable way and say thank you, my brothers. Respect. Thank you, my brother. And it's an honor to be.
Whenever your battery charge, feel free to come back if we're still upon the pan.
Yeah, man, we can't believe it. Plug in, you know. And the pound 1%. We don't know why I want tonight. A coffee, you know. I blame coffee.
Cost of living.
All right, brother. You huru, my brother.
Blame the capitalist energy company because them not give enough energy for what they do before.
I can't believe it. It's plug in. All right, brother. Respect. More power, my brother.
Thanks, brother Delani. Baba Senghor. Make whatever contribution you came back to make, but I'd love for you to speak on the subject that we just spoke on in terms of the decolonial movement as it relates to the UNIA and reclamation of land, and the attempts that the UNIA-ACL made in that regard. Sorry, you're muted, Baba Senghor. Maybe I muted you. Go ahead, Baba Senghor.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm gonna try to keep it simple, man. You hit the nail on the head. First of all, Garvey was not just elected president general; he was elected the first president of Africa. And the nation states, I don't call them countries, I call them nation states. And yes, we do have a lot of work to do to change that. That's why we work along with the Pan-African Federalist Movement. And Brother Sam might be able to speak a little to that, because the reality is that we have to look at whole of Africa. The UNIA historically did that. You know, we dropped the ball as people because we did not follow the nationhood plan that the UNIA put in place. And it starts with land. You don't have no sovereignty if you don't control land. None of the lands ever belonged to any Yorugu. I don't care whether they left, right, green, whatever you call them, whatever ideology they had. The land never belonged to them. So what they did was rob us of our land, rob us of our culture, rob us of our ability to be self-reliant, and to return to that is what we're talking about. When you say scientific Garveyism, we are returning to that. Now, it's going to cause bloodshed, no question about it, because as you talked about all of those giants from Patrice Lumumba on, they were killed to stop that process.
So that process,
all the way up to Thomas Sankara. But as you can see today, change is coming. And whether those other folks who don't understand like it or not, that change is coming. That revolution is happening. And it's not just happening on the continent. I'm in Washington, D.C. I'm in the capital of the beast. Okay? And I know for a fact that there's a Banneker City side. Sam is here too. So my point is, real quickly, in the 21st century, I asked the question earlier, is what are we doing? Any African that can speak should be bringing some work that he's doing or she's doing to the table. The UNIA was not just established for those people who joined the UNIA. We are responsible to serve the entire race. And we have many of our brothers and sisters, as Garvey said, it ain't no good where they are, and it won't be no good wherever they go. But for those of us that understand where we are today and understand what you are saying about your whole scientific Garveyism, which is critical, we are working it. So I go right back to my question, and that's why I came back on again, because I'd like to see us move more in the direction of where we are today in 2024 with practicing the same principles of moving forward. Now, the UNIA ACL-RC 2020 is working with many other groups and tying to people like the Pan-African Federalist Movement when Sheikh Anta Diop laid it out, that we need to create an African federation, not a European. See, many of our African brothers and sisters have been poisoned with so much of Yorugu. That's all they think. When they speak out their mouth, that's all they think, because they have not returned to their inner consciousness of understanding the power that we have spiritually. And Sam mentioned it. When you speak of scientific Garveyism, spirituality is a part of that. In fact, it's the beginning of that. We are spiritual beings having a physical experience, and our physical existence is going to go. All of us are going to die. But our ancestors and us who understand what needs to be done are going to move forward to do what we need to do. Now, some of us are so caught up in this 500 and 600 year of domination of the Yorugu that we can't get that foolishness out of our minds to return back to the ancient antiquity, the times when we were in control of the world. We were in control of this world far longer than the Yorugus have been in control. Some of our brothers and sisters can't think back and Sankofa that far back and understand they can bring it forward. Like what Tony Browder is doing right now, excavating tombs in ancient Kemet. That's an African brother who lives here that created a plan and a program that gets funded and is digging up the ancestral energy of ancient Kemet. And I bring that up to show you that we can do whatever we want to do. We just have to have the willpower, the ability to understand. Garvey didn't just come in this world without looking before. Let's go back to Haiti. The reason Haiti is still catching hell today is because Haiti opened the door for Africans, all Africans, to come back there. And that fight is going to continue. So I know I'm getting on a ramble, but the Blacktricity is very important, because this whole program is being done by yourself, who is a student, taught by a student who was taught directly by Marcus Garvey. Absolutely. And so we can talk that talk all we want about this and that, but it comes down to, what are you doing? Bring your work to the table. I don't care what you call yourself. If you're doing something to uplift Black people, bring it to the table. And if you don't got no work, you need to keep quiet, sit back, and watch
working
those
idealism,
doing the work. That's the Garveyism of the 21st century. There's not like, we're not talking 1920. We're talking 2024. We are doing the work. And it's work going on in Africa, in the UK, in the United States of Snakes, in the Caribbean, and all over the world. So I want to get us back to, how do we transfer and use, as Sam said earlier, it's so important, because we understand that our ancestors made errors. They made mistakes, and we don't want to make the same mistakes. So going forward in the 21st century, to collect all of our young people that are growing up in the movement today, give them the kind of direction, the resources, and everything they need, so we can take the continent back.
No, absolutely, Brother Single.
All right, so if you got any specific, I'm gonna stick around. But
I'm not sure if you heard the agriculture point, but there's a lot of work taking place at the moment in terms of developing agricultural cooperatives. That's absolutely about reclamation of land, and it's also about food sovereignty. And so I'm talking about institution building. That's just one, and in fact, I'm not sure if Chief Fode is listening, but I'd love his contribution on that topic. because I know he's done that work. Him and Sister Kenya in
Well,
ShakaRa,
you know that,
and I've been blessed to be able to contribute it and see some of it in action as well. And I'm involved in other efforts,
yes,
that are aimed at looking at this land issue and food sovereignty as well. But go ahead.
There is no culture without agriculture.
100%, 100%.
I mean, that's Brother Tariq who coined that term, but that's so important. And I'm happy to tell you that it's a lot of brothers and sisters, not just on the continent, all around the world, that are beginning to understand the importance of the soil from which we come from. So you got to go back to that.
Baba Sengo, just to say, while I was in Atlanta, I had a beautiful meeting with Baba Hakima.
Yes.
Kanyama.
Us.
Absolutely. And there's a lot. We had a good hour or two conversation about some things. And I ain't gonna talk it all now because I need to have more conversations with the Baba, yeah. But in terms of the point of the scientific Garveyism for me is coming back to what Brother Sam PK just raised in terms of organization. It takes organization, and so the part of the work, the presentation, and the writing that is most underdeveloped at the moment is the aspect of organization. How do we organize? Yeah. And so what I'm saying is that the Garveyite model teaches us to organize through institutions. Yeah. So what institutions allow us to do is to specify a specific purpose for the work on a micro level, that we know what the macro vision is. And sometimes what happens is we get caught up in trying to inspire our people with the macro vision. Yeah. But Papa Garvey himself said, you can't just tell Negroes, you have to show.
Yes.
Yes. Right. And so the one of the things that I say in the presentation is that people reduce Garveyism to business development. Institution building caters for business development. But whilst every business may be an institution, every institution is not a business. Yeah. So we have to be focused on institution building. And within that framework, our people are able to situate the micro in the macro and the macro in the micro. And so when it comes to you talk about it's happening all over the world, the idea of food deserts, and the fact that we generally speaking live, as far as majority Black nations are concerned, in areas whereby our local produce is not marketable because foreign produce dominates the market. Yeah. And so that disenfranchises the indigenous growers, the indigenous market, and it also hikes up the prices, for the masses of the people, if that makes sense, right? Because it costs more to import foreign, and there's all kinds of dynamics as to why that takes place. Yeah. So one example is the development of agricultural cooperatives, and an agricultural cooperative can operate in terms of the finance being cooperative and also the labor being cooperative. Yeah. Another one is education, independent education, independent educational institutions. Yeah. And we've got good examples of functioning African-centered educational institutions that are operating as it stands right about now. Many of them on low resources, and so we need to look at how we're gonna resource them even more. But it's about systematizing, the work through institutions and being able, as Brother Sam PK was just saying a minute ago, to not just manifest the institution, but document the structure and function of the institution so that other people can pick up the models. And I'm saying that if we study the UNIA ACL, if we study, for example, I'm saying that the UNIA ACL under the leadership of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, if we study the how shares were acquired and organized, and mistakes were made there as well. But if we look at the principles within the share buying, selling, and apportioning program, we will understand, for example, that the UNIA was trying to develop a model whereby the masses of the people can claim ownership of the institution.
Absolutely.
As a group of people.
Absolutely.
That is why the shares were sold at a very, very reasonable rate. That is why there was a limit placed on how many shares an individual could own. Yeah, that is why the property of the UNIA was said to be held in trust for the race. All of these things, but these things were said, but the structures, what we can do now is, with the benefit of historical research and hindsight, is detail the structure. Yes, detail the structure and what purposes those structures were designed to serve. Yeah, and so we can employ those in terms of how we organize our institutions in this day and age. Yeah, and there are other examples that I could focus on, but those two are good: the education and the agriculture. Mansa Fode is here. I'm gonna bring him through, but I'm gonna pause him for a second because I did give Baba Senghor elders privilege when I was gonna come to Brother Sam PK. For another comment. So let me I gave Baba Senghor elders privilege for obvious reasons, but let me just check in with Baba Sam if he wants to make a contribution at this point. Greetings, Mansa Fode, by the way.
Peace. Is this, you were calling on me? I thought I heard.
No, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, in regards to what was being said, you know, what I will say is that the Baba earlier that was on the call, he talked about how to combat neo-colonialism. And, you know, what I'll say is this: I think that our educational institutions, and the reason why I really respected Garvey was because the UNIA, from my understanding, was supposed to start out as a training institution, and Garvey had appealed to Booker T. Washington. You know, they never had a chance to link, of course, because he transitioned, but our African-centered institutions, and I thought I heard you say this earlier, that's going to be our foundation. As a matter of fact, our families are going to be our foundation. You know, I don't really think that we can take everybody with us. I'm not in the business of trying to convince others about the positive, about Garveyism. I'm just interested in building with others and in building institutions that are family-centered. And that comes with just understanding how we were structured pre-colonial. You know, we were structured as families. You know, I don't even use the word tribes. I talk about nations.
Absolutely.
You know, so I think it comes down to that, like just inculcating within children what it is that they were born to do, figuring it out spiritually, and then raising them up to take on that role while they are being raised in a society that is African-centered, that has an African paradigm. You know, we shouldn't shy away from that. And our institutions will help us do that so that, you know, so that as we attempt to engage the so-called power structure, we are doing it from a position of power, not from a position of begging them for resources or trying to, you know, get inside where they're at. You know, and I see my brother shaking his head. I'm not quite sure why, but what I will say is that a race-first consciousness is the very foundation of what is going to save us as a people, because we have a history that is different from everybody else's, and we have a culture that's different. Until we recognize that, anything else we do will falter.
Absolutely. Not only is race-first consciousness the foundation of our liberation, it's the foundation of Garveyism. Yeah, there is no Garveyism without race-first. You know? If you have a problem with race-first, then you have a problem with Garvey and Garveyism, and that's sort of thing. Let me get to the chat for a bit, because I've been neglecting the chat. Afro Native says, has class-first ideology, socialism, been more popular among the continental revolutionary presidents because they were in all-black society, so race first didn't seem as important? I think some of that is true to an extent. I think if you look at the Dead and Kimati and the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, you know, they had a stronger race first inclination. I think if you look at Mangaliso Sobukwe and the Pan-African Congress of Azania, they had a stronger race first inclination. And so I think that there is an extent to which, whilst revolutionary, the socialist propaganda led many to de-emphasize the issue of race and culture. Yeah. And that proved to be a hindrance for many. Yeah. On the continent. Yeah. Whilst we affirm that the attack against our more revolutionary leaders that came from the colonizer and the neo-colonizer, that's a fact. Yeah. But I think that many of our leaders, including Nkrumah, would have done better could have done more to align with the indigenous communal order. Now, that is not to say that there were not challenges there, because a significant amount of colonialism required the co-opting of the indigenous cultural order, social order of African people. And so all of our leaders, had issues negotiating that reality. Yeah. But I think that it would be true to say that there are often instances in which Marxist-Leninist dogma overrode a better appreciation of the cultural dynamic and seeking solutions through the cultural dynamics of African people, rather than the imposition of adherence. Yeah. Now, this also applies to Africans in the Caribbean. Yeah, this also applies to Africans in the Caribbean to a significant degree. When we say race, first, as we define it in the Alkebu-Lan Revivalist Movement, we're talking about racial emancipation and racial awareness and cultural emancipation first. Yeah, before all other considerations. Now, with relation to that, there were among our socialist leaders who were better able to negotiate the race and culture question. Yeah, I would say that at least in theory, Amilcar Cabral was one such individual. Yeah, who had a better appreciation for the role of culture. Yes, and attempted to develop his theory and practice based upon an analysis of the history and culture of his people, rather than a rote interpretation of Marx and Lenin and Trotsky and the rest of them. Yeah, so there are varieties where that is concerned. However, that is not even the major problem. The major problem on the African continent and in the Caribbean is that most of our leaders adopted neocolonialism as the dominant political economy. Most of our leaders from the independence era until now have been thoroughly Anglophone and Francophone and Lusophone in their inclination. Yes. And Francophone, Lusophone, and Anglophone, according to the dominant political economies of France, England, and Portugal at that time. Yeah. That was the majority of the thing. And so what we see today among us as African people is the result of the fact that the dominant political economy in majority Black nations has been neocolonialism for the better part of 60, 70 years. In other words, a situation in which foreign domination of the economy leads to specific economic policies that serve the interest of the colonizer, whether the colonizer comes as the government, whether the colonizer comes as the military, or whether the colonizer comes as a corporation. That is the problem that we have in relation to our economies as it stands at the moment. Yeah, and the de-emphasis of race just meant that we were less able to defend ourselves. Yeah, in the face of that neocolonial imposition, in my humble opinion. 1 second. Afro Native says, "Met coffee go and listen." Oh, the presentation, Foss. Yeah, it's true. Really and truly, before you come here, you should go listen to the presentation first. Melaman say, "Badass, Melaman." It's coming, Melaman. It's coming. Don't worry about it. I've even got the I've even got the way I'm going to address it. Yeah. So yeah, but that soon come. For those who know. Those who know. Sister Joseph says the application of science or to Garveyism is not Eurocentric. It is trial and error. Who can own trial and error? It is common even among animals. This is true. Melaman say, in a scientific spirit, I would like to know some examples of Africans practicing liberalism so that the results can be repeated. Okay, it's interesting. gotkushTV, approaching it scientifically, it would be good to know the past success. Oh yeah, that's the same thing. I'm just running through these because I don't want to neglect the chat, so bear with me, brothers, on the chat. And we want some female energy. Sister Joseph is got some female energy, but from the chat. So if we can get some feminine energy on the live, on the panel, that would be good as well. So the call, I want to encourage the sisters them to come through. Can we have a response? Do you accept that obesity thesis? I don't. Please let me know what you mean by obesity thesis. I'm not sure what that's referring to. This is not about avoiding gulags or avoiding my starvation. It's about success. The communists used to say the end justified the I think that's supposed to be means. This relates to a point that I was actually going to make. Our success as African people should not be defined, from a Garveyite perspective now, by what you might refer to as a rich or wealthy nation versus a poor nation. Yeah? Why am I saying this? Our standard as Garveyites, as I said, when you're dealing with race first, we are a biocultural entity. We are a geopolitical entity. We are mass-oriented as a people. In other words, liberation and African sovereignty for African people is not based upon the wealth of individuals. It's based upon the prosperity of us as a people. So the richness of a country can be rich and not represent African freedom and sovereignty. There are many rich Africans in the world. African people are not sovereign as a people. There are many rich Africans in majority black nations. There are some majority black nations that have what is considered to be, in comparison to other countries, middle income status. But we don't have sovereignty. Well, not hear me, I say. The standing of a nation, as far as it is measured in terms of richness, is not the standard from a Garveyite perspective. I'm not even saying here that it's not a measurement that should be taken into consideration. I'm saying that it's a measurement that should be properly understood and is not the standard by which we measure sovereignty. From a Garveyite perspective, another perspective, another inclination may have a different standard. From a Garveyite perspective, unless the masses of our people are experiencing and able to access the prosperity, it's not liberation, it's not freedom, it's not sovereignty. Unless we as African people are in a position to make the decisions regarding our social order, our economic order, how we raise our children, what is taught in our schools, what companies are and are not allowed to operate in our nations, it is not sovereignty. If the IMF and the World Bank is defining our economic prosperity, our economic policy, even if there are rich people operating in the nation, it is not a Garveyite standard of success. Not it. So we have to be careful from a Garveyite perspective of allowing other people to define the standards and the measurement of what success looks like. Yeah, we're dealing with nationhood, and you cannot be a Garveyite while accepting neocolonial standards for what African liberation looks like. Yeah, it's a very, very important point, because one of the things that they're doing now is to attempt to seduce us with the concept of a rich nation, a middle income nation, the broadening of the middle class. Yeah, you know, we need to develop Africa's middle class. We need to develop the Caribbean's middle class. Yeah, that's the narrative now. This is not a Garveyite standard. It may be another group of people standard. It's not a Garveyite standard. And we're discussing scientific Garveyism today. So I was wanting to make that point. I'm going to get to the last couple comments.
Yo, and I'm here.
No. It's about success. My question is, Garvey couldn't get land. How is scientific Garveyism going to get us land with no political power? The easiest way is for us to get land is to purchase land using group economics. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. That's why I was hoping Mansa Fode would come. We do need to get land, yeah. And I'm not even saying that under the current circumstances that we shouldn't buy land. What I am saying is that as far as group economics is concerned, one of the factors that we have at our disposal is that if we are properly organized, there are relationships that we can develop with our brothers and sisters who have indigenous communities on the African continent that will grant us access to land to do work. And if we are properly organized, we can make that effective so as to develop and help those communities to prosper, as well as our movement to prosper on a smaller scale. This is a road. It's not an end in and of itself. It's a means to an end. Yeah. That will help us to organize with the masses of our people, because generally speaking, even on the African continent today, land is in the custodianship of communities. Yeah. Land is in the custodianship of communities. And so when you develop relationships with communities, there are certain things that can be worked out, but we have to be organized sufficiently to do it. So this is not now, I am not talking. Oh, just about to bring 3 months off for there. I am not talking here about a brethren going and buying some land somewhere and building a house. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not even saying that a brethren shouldn't go somewhere and buy some land and build a house. I'm saying that that's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about institutions whereby we develop relationship with communities for the sake of doing work. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Now, having said that, none of this is divorced from political power. There is no either or here. Papa Garvey and the UNIA-ACO were thoroughly concerned with developing and generating political power. We have to understand what politics is. Politics is essentially the social order, yes, of your systematized social relationships of a people. In fact, let me see if I can assist with a more specific definition, right? Yeah, so yeah, politics, what do you mean? So no, there is no argument that we can attain land without political power. Yeah, that's not the argument here. And wherever land we acquire or generate custodianship over, if it doesn't help us to achieve greater and greater degrees of political power, it's an exercise in vanity. So it's not either or. One feeds the other. Yeah. So the Garvey movement established a government. And then from that government, they were able to go and petition and negotiate and develop relationships with other governments. For example, the governments of the indigenous people in Liberia. That's a governmental relationship. That's political power. We are here representing a nation. As a nation, we want to negotiate with you to do this, this, and this, and this, and this. And this is how we work it out. But that was going on from before Garvey. Martin Delaney was doing that with Yoruba people in the 1800s. Yeah, so this is a long-standing methodology and example that we have. Yeah. Let me see. No, let me see. All right, yes, sir. Yes, sir, we're there. I'm being a bit more detailed, but oh, you know what? I'm gonna pause for a second, only because Mansa Fode is here and he seems to be having some problems with his technology. So I'm gonna just give him an opportunity before. Chief Fode, you here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, my brother. Good to have you with us. Good to have you with us.
Yeah, man. I was struggling trying to get to the right device that would allow me to have the conversation.
Yes, King, you're here. You're here. Go ahead. Make your contribution now, because I know you're having some technicals. I'm going to pause what I was saying, so you can go ahead.
I want to appreciate. Okay, yeah. So I was trying to keep up with what you were saying, and first of all, I just wanted to really appreciate bringing forth scientific Garveyism, initiating the conversation, challenging African minds to think scientifically. If we're not scientists, we're not Africans, and we don't develop technology. And really, what's holding Africa back is exactly what Garvey and the UNIA original members were calling for. In terms of a social economy. It wasn't necessarily capitalism, it wasn't necessarily communism or any other form. It was an African form of economics that I believe.
That's unfortunate. Our brother seems to have dropped off. Brother, Chief Fode is in Sierra Leone, by the way, in Freetown, Sierra Leone. So yeah, when he gets back, hopefully we'll get more from our brother. But serious, brother, that bring up to Chief Fode and Sister Kenya over there in Sierra Leone. Hopefully we hear from them soon. Let me see now. All right, so politics, yeah. A set of activities that are associated with making decisions in groups or other forms of power relations among individuals, such as the distribution of resources or status. The activities involved in getting and using power in public life and being able to influence decisions that affect a country or a society. So on the one, politics is not what happens in Parliament or Congress exclusively. Yeah, that's not exclusively politics. We have to understand what politics is. Yeah, and so political power doesn't just happen like that. It's something that you attain through greater degrees progressively as you're organizing and as your institutions develop greater capacity. So the point I'm making here is that there is no political power outside of institution building, institutions. Yes? And you cannot defend those institutions without developing greater degrees of political power. So the two are not separate and distinct. They have to be understood as complementary endeavors. Yeah? In that regard. Yeah? And I hope that answers your question, my sister. I hope that answers the question. Bunchy reposted it. Yeah, I did get the question. Sorry, Bunchy, I did get the question before. All right. So just checking if there's any more. That I've actually got through all the questions that at gotkushTV so far. Right. So, brothers and sisters, modus operandi, you can either click the link to join the conversation, or you can at gotkushTV in the chat, and I will read your comment or your question or your challenge. And we'll get into some more conversation. Right. Coffee, you'll be glad to know it's your turn.
Yeah, finally. Thank you very much. Yeah, me hearing people talking about pressuring white people and negotiating from positions of power, etc., etc. News flash: rich people, powerful people don't respect poor people. So therefore, you have to get rich. You have to build wealth. You have to apply capitalism. And that is the recurring theme from Garvey from in what 1914 come right down. The Negro have to build wealth, because wealth is power. Right? Nobody respects the Negro then and now, because the Negro are wealthy. You have to get rich. You have to get rich. And And if you want to know how to get rich, see my video on liberalism. All right, so next one. People keep talking about this Yoruba thing and Yoruba and who reflect Yoruba thinking. It is so very ironic because the whole business about applying scientific ideology to society, it is thoroughly Eurocentric. The whole idea of social engineering, top-down central planning, which is what Nkrumah did, which is what Nyerere did, Bishop, all of the post-colonial African leader them, they took the 19th century European scientism of social engineering under the guise of socialism, etc., blah, 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 and applied it to the society with devastating results. All right.
Coffee, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to ask you to make a point that is relevant to the topic. I just don't understand.
Meaning that you are all...
Right, hold on, sorry. This, because I want to try to organize the actual panel on some relevant talking, like these.
No, man, you don't want the truth come out. Sorry, that you don't want the truth come out.
These talking points, yeah, and I get it, my brother. You are a defender of the free market as expressed through the economies of Britain.
That's
and
not
America.
A proper argument.
I understand. Sorry. I understand that is your inclination. So you are still fighting and using the propaganda of Britain and America from the 70s, throughout the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, up until the Soviet Union fell. That's all well and good. That is your thing. That's not what we're doing right about now. Okay, we are not concerned with the.
Oh, I thought you wanted challenge.
Sorry.
Oh,
challenge on the subject, like. On the subject,
I thought you wanted challenges.
But at the moment,
at church, you want.
But at the moment, you're not challenging.
Amen, brother. Amen. Preach it.
I would in fact enjoy a challenge. Yeah. At the moment, you are not challenging anything that I've said. You're challenging.
Well, allow me to speak.
Sorry, you're
allow me to speak now.
You're challenging Lenin and Stalin. You're not challenging ShakaRa or scientific Garveyism, right? So leave challenges to Lenin and Stalin and Trotsky them in the 90s. Yeah. Uno did win, yeah? Uno win, all right? In the battle against communism, you won. America won, Britain won, France won, all right? We get all of them something there, all right? We are discussing scientific Garveyism. So if you have a relevant challenge to me in terms of what was espoused in relation to these things, in terms of the historical trajectory of African people and the Garveyite prescriptions for solving those problems, I'd welcome it. Challenge anything Rebbe did say. But I'm not fighting you on free market fundamentalist dogma. That's not what we're discussing right about now.
All right, so I can't finish now.
No, you can bring me a relevant challenge on the topic.
Can I finish now? Can I finish now?
If you're going to bring me a relevant challenge on the topic, yeah, I would like to hear it.
Right. Show me where your ideology work in terms of getting a people from poor to rich. Because if you want to challenge people militarily, you can't challenge them when you're poor. So show me.
Good question. The problem with the question, however, is that it's based upon a faulty premise. The issue here. Sorry, we are discussing scientific. We are discussing. Yeah, that's all well and good, right? But we're discussing scientific Garveyism. So the standard of success has to be from that Garveyite perspective. Garvey was not just trying to get people rich. Yes, there's a difference between wealth and richness. And
who else they going to challenge white people?
And Garvey, the Garveyite standard is the upliftment of the race and the material conditions of the race, the social conditions of the race, and etc., etc. So this takes into consideration much more than richness. Richness is literally how much money, you have.
Well, show it to me.
Wealth takes much more into consideration. A nation. The point here is that if we're dealing with scientific Garveyism, we have to lose the standard that is applicable to the Garveyite message and the Garveyite goal. The Garveyite goal is not just to have rich black people. If the goal was to get rich black people, the program of the UNIA-ACL would have been very different. The goal, and that is not to diminish the importance of wealth, but remember, wealth is different to richness. Yes, richness is about having money, a certain amount of disposable income, in the bank. But there are people, real power in the world is not measured by richness, it's measured by wealth. And wealth, in relation to a Garveyite perspective and solving the problems of African people, is measured by the extent to which the masses of the people experience that wealth. That's what Garvey was dealing with. That's what Garvey was dealing with. Now, a relevant challenge to me at this point that would be conducive to the conversation would be to demonstrate to me how what I have just said about Garveyism and the mission and program of the UNIA-ACL differs from what I have just explained. Show me how.
Okay.
Show me how individual rich persons was seen to be the mission and the goal of the Garveyite project.
Yeah. Good. All right. So you yourself said in your presentation and today, in terms of learning from hindsight, what's our science go? If you're doing the same foolishness over and over again, you're not being scientific, you're being insane, right? So I'm not going to get into now back and forth with you in terms of cherry picking what Garvey did say about capitalism or communalism or how you interpret that. All I am saying is that your conception of nationhood is socialistic, and socialistic equal impoverishment or poverty. That I did mention about the econ laws of economics. Yes, there are laws of economics, and Garvey did say too. When Garvey talk about productivity, you cannot consume what you don't produce. And if you eat out the seed, without planting, then you're going to start eat the seed corn, and that's when the laws of economics take over and you start to starve. And that is socialism. Remember, Anthony B said nobody wants to plant the corn, everybody wants to raid the barn. That is what socialism is, and that is what your philosophy is. You and America cabal on the whole, because socialism or socialistic policies equal more government, more deficit spending, more crowding out of private capital, and eat.
I've muted you because I'm waiting for you to answer the question.
My youth. So I am going to answer it.
If you're challenging me, please let me know how the program and mission of the Garvey movement in relation to African liberation differed from what I've explained, from a mass orientation concerned with nationhood and nation building and generating wealth within the context of nation, to a concern with developing rich black people. Tell me how.
Okay, that happened. But allow me on tapping eyes, and leave.
Yo, brethren, you're not gonna tell me for tapping eyes on this platform, that's not what's gonna happen, right? So, Eve, I'm asking you.
Are you first bullying me?
I'm asking you to. Oh, please. I'm asking you to please make your challenge relevant.
And I am getting around to that.
No, you're not. You're telling me about you're judging up free market talking points from America and Britain during the Cold War. It's not relevant to the thing, except for the fact that this is exactly what Garvey was. Garvey did not teach us to side with America.
And
Britain against Russia.
You're a dinosaur.
That's not what happened.
You're a dinosaur.
I'm a dinosaur.
You know what change? You know why black people get rich? You're a dinosaur. That don't realize. You're those dinosaurs. You know why here? You know why here anything?
Sovereignty. That's what I want. But we're talking about sovereignty. We're talking about nation. Hold on a second. We're talking about
when you say
We're talking about nation. So you can generate wealth outside of the context of nation. That's possible. That's good. What I'm saying is that that's not Garveyism.
You said, right?
One second. If we're discussing Garveyism, we have to put wealth generation in the context of nation building. That's
Garveyism. Brethren, you're discussing Garveyism in the context of Negro improvement. Garvey, you're not discussing Garveyism in a vacuum. It has to be relevant. And I am saying to you, you are irrelevant. You're irrelevant. That not tell you.
Sorry. Relevant to what? Sorry, it has to be relevant to what? Relevant to what?
To increase material prosperity for Black people. Your ideas are irrelevant.
The Garveyite program seeks to increase material prosperity for African people in the context of nationhood.
All right, let me finish.
No, hold on. You're not getting the point. It's in the so you can have wealthy Black people. That's fine.
Let me finish now.
If it's not in the context of nationhood, then it's not Garveyism.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Good.
So if your program is about getting Black people rich, fine. You are entitled.
Let me finish now. Allow me to finish.
Hold on.
What are you afraid of?
You are entitled to see.
What are you afraid of?
But see your program is not Garveyite. That's the only point right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Let me finish.
Stick a pin. Because Mansafole is having problems, I'm gonna come to him again because he was cut off before. All right. So go ahead, Mansafole. We're not here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
All right. Sorry about that, man. You know how it is out here.
Yes, King.
I was trying to listen to the arguments. Interesting debate. There's a lot of different ideals around the approach of Garveyites towards social economics. And, as a practical Garveyite, I serve as the third assistant president general for the UNIA RC 2020. I've lived in Africa the last 11 years of my life in Freetown, Sierra Leone. And one of the things that I've engaged in is combating not only the result of intense poverty in what people would call a third world country, but I've also been engaged in the social economics of traditional African production. So most of the food that we eat in Sierra Leone, we produce. But no one really goes in to understand the system of production that's being used at the grassroots level and how it can be improved. So we started a program called the Tools and Seeds program because we realized that 70% of the land is not being used. And it's not being used because the people are discouraged from farming because they have to do it alone if they have to do it at all. And so we realized that the best thing to do was organize the people into community farming teams. And so we introduced the concept whereas we could begin to support them with their farming so they can increase yields with a specific goal to combat food insecurity in this country, which is out of control. So we've been able to reduce food insecurity in several villages over the last few years and also provide seeds and other forms of support and advice to the people, whereas they've been able to overall increase the amount of food that they can produce locally in the places where we run our program. And for me, I believe that was the interest and the ultimate goal of the social economic model that you find behind philosophical Garveyism, is to solve the basic issues of the people, to make sure that people can produce their own food, to make sure that people can produce their everything. Garvey said everything that we need to buy and consume, we should focus on producing for ourselves.
I think he's down south.
We should internalize our economy and rotate it among Africans. And that is the economy, the future global African economy that Marcus Garvey envisioned.
Absolutely.
Basically because it's based on an African-centered model. Like what Brother Tshaka was saying, the masses of African people have to be able to see their interests and benefit from the socioeconomic model of scientific Garveyism. And because we're talking about scientific Garveyism, I can appreciate what Kofi was saying as well in terms of let's look at the history. Let's look at the raw history and examine it objectively with all emotions and ego and everything to the side. And let's say, what exactly practical models can we produce that serves the global universal interests of African people? Can we develop new principles? Can we develop new ideals? Can we develop new values? And I believe that Baba ShakaRa is saying we need to take a scientific path if we're going to do that. And so I believe that I want to appreciate ShakaRa for even presenting scientific Garveyism, not only as an economic model, but I've seen him even go in deep and explain that without a strong ideology of race first, grounded in Afrikan Fundamentalism, with the program of Universal Afrikan Nationalism, in modern times where we can use science, even the technology that we're talking on, utilizing the science that we're using right now. You know, right now we're gathering data. African people are traveling all around the world like we haven't in the last few centuries, freely on our own dime, on our own missions. That right there is fundamentally changing the reality that we have to create and produce within. So I'm saying that there is a way for the UNIA model to serve the best interests of African people today. And I believe that we're already working on that. One of the models that we're working on now is the One Africa Commission, which will allow us to unify various divisions of the UNIA-ACL on the African continent, so we can begin a communication and a conversation with the Africans in the diaspora who share also the Garveyite mind state, because we have millions and millions of people to feed. We have millions and millions of people to get fresh water. We have millions and millions of people to get medicine when they need it. UNIA-ACL has always been committed to functioning as a form of governance for the entire African race. And so we definitely have always relied on science. And so it's not only an economic model. I don't like when people reduce Garveyism to only an economic model. We are seeking to empower the race so that we can determine whatever economic model we so choose to meet our own needs. And so that is the thing, is that we're approaching it from that position. And so even as I go into the communities here, I realize that there's three players. There's us, the UNIA, there's the diaspora that's here seeking to understand what the problems are on the ground scientifically, to understand how we can intervene and be a positive force and be an asset to the people's struggle. Even in the last village, even in the last place in Africa where people care about, we want to be there to offer our advice and at least some tools and some seeds towards feeding the people. Why? Because that goes towards creating the kind of relationships that we need to engage in the kind of massive industrial commerce that Marcus Garvey and the UNIA envisioned for us. So we're far behind because of being sidetracked by communist ideals, by socialist ideals, by capitalist ideals, by the ideals of the West. And so we have to break that model. The West is not only European, it is not only a direction on the map. The West is a form of nation state. If you go check, you have what you call the Westphalia Treaty or the Westphalia Pact. After the 30-year war in Europe, they had to create a new model for nation statehood. And that's what they used to impose on the rest of the world. We Garveyites today are breaking away from the Westphalia model. That's what you see in the Sahel. That's what you see in Senegambia, because it's blacktricity. You may see it in different forms and different organizations with different names, but it's a single blacktricity flowing. And that's why, we're coming with the Kimbunga. The Kimbunga is the whirlwind concept, the concept that we have to bring it all together and we have to make it do what it do from our own perspective and our own interest. We've been able to go down to the villages and meet with the chiefs, and we understand the contradictions between the chiefs and the people as well. We know how they came into power, but we also know that as currently they have the challenge of providing leadership to the people. They're the custodians of the land. We're not seeking to buy a single inch. We're seeking to partner with the people, and we're seeking to engage in economic projects that will allow us even to experiment with our African brothers on the continent as we begin to solve the problems of the entire African race together. So what we need is access to the resources, and the number one resource is the land, which means we don't have to buy it. We need to be able to approach the people who need intervention that we can guarantee, and we need to use the land and share the land in the spirit of Ubuntu. We need to teach these principles. We need to enforce these principles, and we need to make sure that the balance, no matter what the contradictions are, the forces that are opposed to each other, we still come out at the end with Mayat. We come out at the end with a balance of positive and negative forces that foster development for our people. We're not putting something perfect out, something purist out. This is not religion, you know. This is the political system of the future African world that we're talking about. And so we've been developing this process for 100 years, and we're going to continue to develop it for 100 more years, and as many hundreds of years that we have to develop it until we get it right. And that's what is scientific about Garveyism today in 2024, is that we can reflect. We have data. We have the information. We now can scientifically study what we know about ourselves and about everything that we learned over the last 100 plus years, 110 years of developing Garveyism. And you know, I want to applaud Brother ShakaRa for putting it out there, and I also want to appreciate Kofi as well, because without challenges, without people who will step forward and say, "Hold up, man," and make you think about your ideals, we cannot be scientific. We have to be able to critique this thing together, because we're all Africans seeking the same end result. So, you know, I welcome your criticisms, Kofi. And what I'm saying as well is that those criticisms lead to the development that we're seeking. We should criticize more. We should have these discussions more. We should scientifically evaluate what's happening in the Sahel, what's happening in the Congo, what's happening in New York City right now, in Washington, D.C. We should be scientifically evaluating the relationship between African people and the rest of the world constantly, 24 hours a day, systematically, institutionally. And so we have stepped forward to begin to develop that political cadre, that group of political minds that can get the whole race back on the right political course. And so it's not just about economics. The economics have to be within the context of that pursuit of power, that pursuit of ultimate victory for African people. So I believe that once we have our victory, the whole world will treat us different. And we need to focus on the victory. We can't have a sustainable system and still be oppressed under neo-colonialism. We need to rid ourselves of this imperialist edifice and develop our own science. So with that, I pause. I will say that we need to be free in our economics. We're oppressed peoples. You don't tell oppressed people how they should survive. You don't tell poor people how they should feed themselves. But at the same time, we're introducing a cultural science. We're reintroducing the cultural mechanisms that's necessary for us to keep our morality in check while surviving. That we don't be snakes to each other, that we don't snitch the program of Garveyism, that we don't pick from the fruit from the tree and not replant the seeds, that we don't just take and exhaust from what our ancestors have left behind, but that we add to it, we reconstruct it, that we fulfill our own duty in this generation. So with that, I pause. I hope I came across very clearly. Thank you, Brother ShakaRa, for the opportunity.
My brother, feel free to stay as long as you are able. But I'm glad you came through, because I did mention about the fact that agricultural cooperatives are one of the key institutions that we can develop in terms of forwarding a Garvey agenda. And so it's good that we can give our people a live example of that happening in real time. And that experience on the continent as well. And so I'm saying that model can be replicated everywhere where we are the majority, and even many places where we're not even the majority but have significant communities. And so these are the institutions that allow us to build steadily political power and develop economic independence, not just rich people, but economic independence. You can have rich people without economic independence and political independence. And if you're not achieving political economic independence, we're not dealing with Garveyism. That is, we have to make that very, very clear. You can be rich and not a Garveyite. Yeah, if richness was what it took to be a Garveyite, then Jay-Z would be a Garveyite. Yeah, and Dangote would be a Garveyite, right? You know what I'm saying? And Obama would be a Garveyite. That's not what we're talking about here. Obama's rich. Yeah, Jay-Z's rich. Dangote rich, but they're not Garveyites. Go ahead, Matsafode.
Yeah, I just want to say also that it's not just even the economic model. It's also the social development model, because that's what your economics should be focused on anyway. So we've also been doing experimentation, pilot programs with things like Be Clean campaign. We've been able to systematically organize mass cleanups at the international level just through coordinating volunteers, without a resource, without a grant, just off of sheer unity with serving the community. So that element also is very, very key in Garveyism, taking care of ourselves, not just making money and consuming goods, but how well do we take care of ourselves as well is a very important part as well. And traditionally, historically, Garveyism provided a whole experience for the Garveyite, from the cradle to the grave. Every life transition and institution that was needed was provided to sustain a full life. And I believe that's what it is that we have to get back to. So it's a mixture of everything. It's a holistic thing, and it's universal. And yeah, so I just wanted to add that as well. And also say, I'll say Madam C.J. Walker, you may not put her as a Garveyite, but she was definitely a wealthy supporter of Garveyism. What about Isaiah Mortar?
She was a supporter of Garveyism.
He was also a very wealthy supporter. But I'm making my point. Making my point. I'm saying that you don't have to be just because they support Garveyism does not make them Garveyites, is what I'm saying. The Garveyism is the full commitment to the mission of Marcus Garvey and the UNIACL. That's where the Garveyism comes from. And even I was talking to I believe it was Baba Senghor one time, and we talk about the differences between the Pan-Africanists, quote unquote, and the Garveyites, quote unquote. And I always say that the difference is the difference between the two Amy Garveys. One followed Garvey and one rebelled. And that's what you find also within the Pan-Africanist movement and the Garveyite movement today. You find rebel Garveyites calling themselves Pan-Africanists that are afraid to step foot back in the ranks of the UNIA, although they know where this comes from. The UNIA carried the legacy of the prior century. It was scientific in the 1800s. It was scientific in the 1700s. And so we've always been developing this way home and this way to liberation. It didn't start with Garvey. Garvey is the bookmark. Garvey is the highest expression of what it is that all of us should aspire to become. He's the example, the brightest star, but at the same time, not the only. So, 100%. We pay homage to them all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that, Chief. For that, and as I said, get rich, right? And rich people can make a contribution. Yeah, to the thing. Yeah, Garvey had many people that had means contribute to the program. Yeah, and that's all well and good. The fact of being rich, however, is not the Garveyite goal. That's the point that was being made. Yeah, we have to understand that. And so, yeah, where brothers and sisters are rich, it will be our responsibility as Garveyites to develop institutions whereby they can channel their resources. That's important. Yeah, those of us who have means of money, yeah, let us build the institutions whereby those resources can be channeled and put to the use of self-determination and self-reliance, right? You know what I'm saying? So before you come, Baba Senghor, just quickly, Bonchi Anyete, my brother in Ghana, is also an agronomist. I said agropreneur. Yeah. And so he would like to connect with you, Chief, for it. Now I will connect the two of you, yeah. But for anybody else you might want to connect with you, Chief, for it, let's let them know how they can do that.
Yeah, you can just send me an email, Chief Gullah Chief Ajamu @gmail. I'll put it in the chat, and then I guess you can put it up on the screen. But just throw me an email.
Yes, sir. Give thanks, Mansa, for that. Go ahead, Baba Sengo, and then I'm gonna come to you, Freeway Dread.
No, I'm not going to be long because I want to hear from Freeway, but I just want to say what's up, Chief? The connections are important. The consolidating, because a lot of people are doing things, and a lot of people don't know. There's a lot of great things being done, but one of the things the UNIAACL Rehabilitating Committee is doing is working to bring all of those brothers and sisters, that's the Blacktricity, together so that we can consolidate what we're doing and we can emulate it from place to place. There are brothers even in the south of the US of A that are now meeting, lots of brothers talking around how they can deal with agriculture. So we're gonna work on it. And those of us that don't get in the dirt can invest in those things through cooperative farms. Many of them are happening, but we need to consolidate. That's why the Garvey movement and scientific Garveyism is so important. But I'll yield right there.
No, yeah, and when I fully develop the organization aspect of this work, we're going to get into those things. Those are the things that we need to get into, right? And what models that we can use that can be effective for us in this time. Yeah, we have to move beyond certain distraction. Right. I want to just do one thing, and then I'm going to get to Freeway Dread and just elucidate the point that I'm making. We're dealing with scientific Garveyism, right? So we're looking at the principles and values that come out of this tradition and how they apply for us today. Taken from the book Race First, it says Garvey's disapproval with unrestrained capitalism extended to the nascent upper crust of his own race. Garvey in 1924 expressed this idea thus: we have not only to fight the white capitalists, but we also have to fight the capitalistic Negro. He will sell his own people to hell the same way as anybody else. In 1929, he repeated similar sentiments. The Negro or colored race is developing a class of millionaires and money hoarders, much more dangerous to the race's life and existence than any similar group of men among any other race. Yeah. So we have to get the principles correct. It's the point I'm making. Yeah. We're dealing with scientific Garveyism. So we're not just talking about a quote here and a quote there. We're talking about principles, values, functionality. Yes, and systems of organization. And if the rich African is not contributing to the development of the race, then the rich African is an enemy. Yes, the rich African makes of themselves an enemy of progress in that regard. Yeah, and so no, we don't just celebrate the African because he's rich. We celebrate the African once he puts the riches towards the development of the race. In the context of nationhood, that is Garveyism, yeah? And if that is not your program, have your program. Just leave Garvey alone. That's all me I say, yeah? Have your thing and take it over Nessa, but leave Garvey alone. Don't trouble the thing.
Yo, you're coward, man. You're coward.
Leave Garveyism alone. All right? You can now. Once you do that, then we can debate your philosophy with the Garvey philosophy. But if you're trying to make
it's false advertising it upon it.
Right, no, that's all good. That's all good. But I did say,
no, you said you wanted a challenge.
I did say no,
but it's false advertising.
Unfortunately, my brother, and I say it with the utmost respect, the challenge has been particularly weak because it doesn't.
Yeah, man. Hold on. But yes, you can't show me. Show me the socialist country.
I didn't say, but I'm not defending socialism. I'm defending Garveyism. I'm defending Garveyism.
No, Garvey is a cover to you. You're wolf. You're wolf in sheep clothes.
Once you can challenge me on Garveyism, we can have a
you're socialist.
You know what I said? Yeah. And McCarthy's name calling is not going to impress me. What's it called? You know what I said? Yeah. I said, challenge me. But when you challenge me, make sure you dub box deep.
All right. So
make sure you bring chapter and verse, evidence. We don't want to hear what Milton Friedman say. We don't want to hear what Adam Smith say. We know why. That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear Garvey. If you're going to challenge me within the framework of Garveyism. I'll stop talk.
I thought you wanted an update.
None
I
of.
thought you wanted evolution. You're a
said
dinosaur. That's
said
you're a dinosaur, man.
I said challenge me within the framework of Garveyism. If you're
But
saying
Garveyism is not in a vacuum. It has to be relevant. It has to be relevant. Show me how your ideas are relevant today. Show me.
If you are saying to me, if you are challenging,
show me which country your idea is relevant.
Sorry, you're telling me that man is not dealing with Garveyism, man is dealing with socialism.
You're saying pussy in a bag.
I'm saying to you that if you're gonna make that assertion,
you're trick, Monty.
My brother, you
show me.
You have obviously run out a productive thing to say, so we're gonna mute you and we're gonna go into free wage rate. All right, give thanks free wage rate for your patience and humility, much appreciated.
Okay, give me. Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead, King. Yes, sir. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. I see why Rasta burned ism and schism, and I see why. Because they had you arguing all day long.
Of course.
All right, but with that being said, as I was listening to the discussion, I pulled out my book. I pulled out my book and I went to the chapter governing the ideal state.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
And when I went to governing the ideal state, I'm just gonna jump down and read one line.
Yes, sir.
If we must correct the maladministration of the state and apply the corporate majesty of the people to their own good, then we must reach the source and there recognize or reform. Now, when I hear that,
read it again, brother. Read where you say again. Hold on there. Pull up free wage rate. Read and come again. Read where you say again a while ago. Let's read it again for the masses them, for hear it again. Go through free wage rate. Go through. Come again.
Okay. I'm reading from the chapter of Philosophy's Opinions of Marcus Garvey, Governing the Ideal State. That's the chapter that I'm reading from. Now, the line that I jumped down to is, if we must correct the maladministration of the state and apply the corporate majesty of the people to their own good, then we must reach the source and therefore reorganize or reform. To me, that sounds like trial and error. That means like fixing what you went wrong. That means if it don't work, throw it away. Use what worked. That's what I hear.
Yes.
When
well,
I
hold
read
on there.
that.
Before you even get to that, free wage. So what's that free wage? Before you even get to that, remember what the man saying now? If we must do what? Apply the corporate majesty of the what?
The people.
To what?
Their own good.
Their own good. Apply the what? The corporate majesty of who? The people. To their own good. Then we must, thus and so forth, reform, reorganize. That means the corporate majesty of the people is not being applied to feed them own a good. Yes? So therefore we must reform and reorganize the whole thing. That's the man I say a while. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, free wage rate. Go ahead. Go to your next quote.
Okay, now what I'm gonna do from the same book, I'm gonna jump to the tribute of the late Sir Isaiah Morter. He was a rich man from Belize, right?
Yes.
And he donated his estate to the UNIA once he died, right?
Yes, he did, sir. Yes, he did.
Okay, so that's an example of one rich man from the past, and one rich man didn't change the race. No. Okay, so I get where you're coming from when you say one rich man can't change the race, and
but it's a straw man. Nobody made that point.
Go ahead, free wage rate. Go ahead.
When you're rich, I'm just making the point. When you're rich and you're a rich black person, you can be recruited by other rich people from other places. That's all I'm simply stating. You can be recruited. You have to have it inside yourself to stick to a certain plan or stick to a certain protocol. You can be recruited. That's all. That's the only reason why I mentioned Sir Isaiah Mortar from the past. He was a rich man, was he not? And he donated his estate. Is it true? All the Garveyites and the people who follow Garvey and study Garvey, you know that. You familiar with that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I really wasn't gonna stay long. I just, as I'm listening.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, important points, my brother. Important points. Sorry, did you finish saying what you were saying? Sorry, I think I might have interrupted you.
No, I was saying, as I'm listening, that's what it is. It got me thumbing through my book, and it got me thinking to myself, well, you know, governing an ideal state. And then when you go to the previous chapter, I'm not going to read from it. I'm just going to call the title, Capitalism and the State. I don't even want to draw it out and go to reading into the chapter. But what I'm saying is,
it's a good chapter. It's a good chapter.
Garvey. Yeah. If you study Garvey, then you should be able to sift and sort through these things. So that way we don't have to drag out this discussion, reason, or argument. That's really all I want to say. I don't really want to go too far. It's just more so come in on the point of reorganize or reform.
And you know why? Yep, and you know why this is important, right? Because as I began to open, I talked about crystallizing the thing, and when we crystallize the thing, we can have more conversation along the lines of what Mansa Fode brought to the conversation a while ago. What I was trying to bring earlier in terms of talking about focusing on institution building and how we structure those institutions, and tying that to what Brother Sam was saying in terms of being able to structure those institutions in a way that we can document them so that they're replicatable. These are this is where we need to take the scientific Garveyite trajectory, so that we're not just getting into debates around ideology, and able to manifest and demonstrate the strength of our ideology in action. That's the point of the thing. And remember, the Garveyism as a working idealism is not just about the extent to which you can make a point and defeat somebody else in an argument. It's about the work. And so we have to have more conversations about the work. And I'm sorry, the work is on behalf of African people. And if your preoccupation is proving Marx right, if your preoccupation is proving Adam Smith right, if your preoccupation is proving Milton Friedman right, you're not going to do this work here. This is not your work. Your work is some different work. Go ahead, Baba Sengo.
No, brother mentioned Isaiah Mortar, and
yes,
I happen to be the only president general next to Marcus Garvey that actually spoke in Belize.
Yes, sir.
And that land that he just spoke about, that's a great example my brother just laid down, because a lot of people don't know Isaiah Mortar created Wrigley Gum and a whole lot of things. And he helped a whole lot of people. But he gave the land to the UNIA based around African redemption, gave it to the parent body for African redemption. In other words, there's nothing that can be supposed to be done on that land that does not relate to the cooperative thing that you all just spoke about. And that's what's so important, because there are many other examples that we could talk about, but the brother used a good one, Isaiah, because there were a lot of people that tried to fight to take that land from us. And it's important to understand we still control that land today. In fact, I'm not going to go into detail, but the Constitution is clear. And the book is clear on why Isaiah Mortar gave it to us for African redemption. So there are plans in the future to do some form of redemption for African people in Belize. But remember, the key thing is Africa, because there's more land in Africa that is inhabited that people don't even talk about. So it's not a question. I'm so glad Chief Fode came and joined us, because, and you said it earlier, we're not about purchasing land. We're about organizing plans to develop and get people's mindset back to understanding the importance of the land. And that requires education, that requires socialization, that requires organization. So I'm just going to stop right there, because I want to hear more from the younger, powerful lions
Absolutely.
That are with us, like yourself, ShakaRa, Brother Sam, Chief Fode, and my brother Freeway, and Brother Kofi. You know, because Kofi got something to bring to the table, as Chief said. And I earlier, I hope he understands what I'm saying.
Coffee, as a result of following the immutable laws of capitalism, must have some wealth. So what he should be doing is following the example of Isaiah Morta right now, and you know, sending out the wealth from following.
I thought you weren't into personal attacks.
You know what I'm saying?
And straw
no, it's a suggestion. It's a suggestion.
Straw man. Yeah, straw man.
Follow Isaiah Morta.
So
leave out the wealth and the millions where you have to the UNIA ACL.
To you, make you mismanage it with your economic illiteracy. You must be mad. You must be mad.
So, brother, if you know Garveyism, you will know that no individual can own the property of the association.
Exactly.
So no, it couldn't be left to me. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it couldn't be left to me because I'm an individual.
It don't matter. It don't matter. Yeah. No. Economic.
Just to highlight what you were saying, right? Because I want people to understand what took place here with Isaiah Morta. Just very quickly, a sentence or two. He said, "I'm from Race First" by Baba Tony Martin. Right. Says Sir Harry Johnson, a longtime British administrator in Africa, in an article, Why a Nigger Republic Must Fail, preferred to see in Garvey's somewhat fantastic carryings on a warning to European governments to be on guard in Africa, lest an Afro-American African alliance engulf them. Yeah. So these people were fearful that the Garveyite agenda was going to displace them on the continent. That's what they were fearful of. Yeah. He says, perhaps most damaging of all, a British judge in British Honduras, Belize, yes, voided the bequest by Isaiah Morta of property to the value of about $100 million to the UNIA for African redemption. Why? The judge ruled that African redemption was, quote, an illegal purpose and contrary to public policy. Yeah. The British colonial judge ruled that Isaiah Morta was not legally allowed, yeah, to grant this land to the UNIA because African redemption was illegal, yes, and contrary to public policy, otherwise known as colonial policy. I want people to understand, some of the issue there and the attack against Garvey. So when we see the attack against Garvey and Garveyism, it is because they know that Garvey was not fighting for Africans just to become rich and wealthy. He was fighting for sovereignty, political, economic sovereignty, and within the context. Coffee mentioned context is in a vacuum. It doesn't make any sense, right? The context is the absence of political economic sovereignty among African people. And in the context of a lack of political economic sovereignty among African people, once Africans begin to assert political economic sovereignty, the colonizer, the neo-colonizer knows he is displaced. The context for his domination cannot exist once we assert sovereignty. So that the white man's propaganda, the job of the white man's propaganda is to get us to accept being rich and sacrifice sovereignty, political, economic sovereignty, and all that comes with it, because now we're happy with having more dollars in our pocket. Or not, we are happy, we are happy with some of us having more dollars in our pocket. That's not Garveyism. Yeah. Garveyism asks the question, how, as Mosiah Fode said, do we engage the material and social uplift of our people?
Mm-hmm.
And what forms of organization do we need to develop in order to do that?
And you did not tell us that in your presentation.
I was at least that you're entitled to your opinion. You know, in relation to that, I'd be open to brothers and sisters. But hold on a second, you haven't watched the presentation.
Exactly.
So how are you in a position to
I watched it. I watched it. It was pure vague and ambiguity.
You done.
It was typical ShakaRa.
You done
vague and ambiguous.
You done said that you haven't watched it. You actually opened by saying that you haven't watched it. So
I didn't watch it live. I didn't watch it live.
However, that's not what you said. But however, no, and it will be a fair critique, yeah. And by the way, I've already said, one, I did not finish the presentation. It's not the whole presentation. Two, it's a work in progress. And three, the aspect of it on organization is the least developed aspect of the work. All of these things were said, yeah. So we're dealing with scientific Garveyism as a working idealism, which is theory and practice, yeah. So it's, you know what I'm saying? Now, having said that, if brothers and sisters who are sincerely concerned with actually developing, you know, Garveyite frameworks and so on, say to me, ShakaRa, you never went going at this enough, or you haven't dealt with this aspect of the thing, I'm open to that. My brothers on the panel, let me know right now or privately what you think needs to be added to the thing. I'll be most willing to hear. Yeah. And don't say really, it's not a work that I am even supposed to do by myself. Yeah. So let's do it. Let's work on it. Yeah. Brothers and sisters, we've been on for over 4 hours now, or approaching 4 hours. So I'm going to be wrapping up soon. But anybody who's got a comment, just feel free to bring it forward, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead. For
yeah, ShakaRa. Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, let everybody do their work and present their results, and let the masses of our people see them. Absolutely. And support them, because we can never lose the focus. You know, we are a historically oppressed peoples, but we don't come from oppression. We come from self-governance. We come from building civilization and managing economies and facilitating our own self-defense and security. We come from a sovereignty that was interrupted. We come from a process of development undetermined by Europeans or any other beings other than Africans. And we got to get back to it. We really do. I believe that the cultural science that is interwoven within Garveyism, you know, that urge to get back to the roots of African culture will reconnect us with African philosophy and reconnect us with African principalities and concepts that will decolonize and ultimately replace the kind of dialogue we're having now, where when we talk as Africans, we talk in terms of Marx and Smith. That shouldn't be our conversation. Our conversation should be more in line with how best can we connect our peoples globally. Look at what other peoples are doing that we could duplicate. Garvey said if anyone else in the world is doing it, then Africans definitely can do it. One thing about science is that 1 + 1 = 2 in all languages. It equals 2 in all cultures. It is what it is universally. And so I also want to, you know, just appreciate again ShakaRa for bringing a scientific dialogue to Garveyism, because what I've been seeing over the last few decades that I've been involved is that it's been watered down to cultural feel-goodism. It's been about whether I agree with Garvey or not if I do the work or not. And there's a lot of people out here who are seeing that Garveyism and confusing us for that Garveyism. And so that's the good work of the RT 2020, is that we are rehabilitating that image. We are really rehabilitating that concept. And even though we're starting off small, we're starting off internationally, and we're starting off with a very strong core of devoted Garveyites. I don't think that anyone, Garvey included, has produced the perfect model for all of us yet. But what we can do collectively is continue to scientifically evaluate this. You understand, most of our people right now on the continent are locked into right now a capitalist mind of thinking. If we come with Garveyism, we're going to have to challenge that.
Yes.
We're going to have to challenge that. We're going to have to defeat that in their minds, because colonialism is the foundation of capitalism. It's the foundation of it. If we're not colonized or enslaved, you don't get capitalism. That's where the resources came from, and that's what sustains it. And so the people here really need to be able to be armed with an ideology. And Garvey said, the best weapon to move about is race first. The best weapon to move about with is to put your race first in any political, economic, social, or cultural endeavor. And to honor that. If we can do that, if we can stick to our principles, then it will produce a different kind of economy for us. It will produce a different kind of political science and ideology for us. And that ultimately is essentially what it is that distinguishes Garveyism as a working ideology from you know, other ideals, you know. For instance, Nkrumahism. Nkrumahism came with his own ideals. And they're very different from what I hear being presented as scientific Garveyism, particularly in the sense that we are going back to the cultural essence of our being and facilitating a repatriation of interest, not only people, but African people around the world looking at the continent in a different way, and and needing guidance, needing leadership in how to develop that relationship. So absolutely, you know, this conversation is rewarding to us all. Shout out to everybody who made it here tonight, man. Thanks again for letting me on.
Much appreciated, Chief, for there, and we can't mention Chief for there without bigging up Sister Kenya.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying, Mansade, you know what I'm saying, you know, president of the Freetown Division. So big up yourself, Sister Kenya. And so this is and I'm glad that our brothers came on, because it was important to have people that are doing the work engage in the conversation, so that we know that it's not as theoretical. And I know me, you know, organized all my life, and I do enjoy delving into the conceptual, and that can get into you can easily get lost in that conceptual framework and dissecting it, and that's good to do. You know what I'm saying? You learn that from Amos Wilson. However, one challenging myself, that the concept of scientific Garveyism is a challenge to myself, even personally, in the sense of it being a working idealism. Not just a theoretical concept, but a working idealism. So to what extent, in deriving the principles from the work, am I applying this to the work? And I'm going to close out in terms of what this platform is, and how that factors in to the program as well, as far as propaganda is concerned, as far as media is concerned. Kofi, this is your last word.
All right, so quickly, in terms of being sovereign, mighty, and wealthy, you don't need everybody to be rich or middle class. America, EU, China, these countries have poor people in them. Not everybody is middle class, not everybody is wealthy. So this idea that everybody have to be, or you can't have poor people and be a sovereign, mighty power, is just silly. I think people tend to confuse necessary conditions versus sufficient conditions. Science is necessary for wealth creation and sovereignty. Unity, you can argue, is also necessary for wealth creation, etc. Government, some people argue, I don't believe that, but some people argue that government and political power is necessary for wealth creation and sovereignty, but these aren't sufficient conditions. You need more than that. And like I said, this was really a false advertising, because I didn't really feel say him didn't want somebody challenge him interpretation of Garvey and the relevance of Garvey for the 21st century and how you can update it. But it looked like say him just want keep Garvey stuck in a certain kind of milieu and more like idol worship instead of a critical look at Garvey and Garvey's ideas, because being great don't mean that you're perfect. Garvey had lots of relevant ideas for today, but lots of them that were not relevant, and those irrelevant ideas is what ShakaRa latched onto, and that's why he could not give us an example of how his ideas would take us to wealth creation and sovereign.
I tried, to give you an opportunity to challenge me on Garveyism, and you haven't done that for the whole conversation. So I'm going to give you on the sake of fairness, I'm going to give you one other opportunity, right?
Your presentation was classic ShakaRa.
Hold on.
Empty.
Hold on. Fine. That's all well and good.
Right? Nothing behind it. It was all empty. How do we get rich and powerful and sovereign? How?
Coffee. Calm down. All right. I'm giving you an opportunity to actually challenge me on substance in relation to what you just said. You spoke about challenging my interpretation of Garveyism. I'm giving you the opportunity to do that.
I didn't say that. Learn to listen, man. I never say I challenge. I say irrelevance of certain ideas because not all his ideas are relevant today. So you can't understand that, man. That's not difficult to understand.
Hold on.
You lack comprehension.
Detail to me. No, hold on. But if you were gonna so challenge me on the ideas of God. Name them for me. What are the ideas?
The relevance of some of Garvey's ideas. The relevance.
You're talking when you should be listening. Listen to me carefully. What ideas that are actually Garveyite, of Garveyism, are you referring to that are no longer relevant? Name the specific ideas. Give me 3 of them. Garveyite ideas that you are saying are not relevant. And it would be better if you can tie the ideas that you're going to identify to the ideas that I elucidated in the presentation. Which of the Garveyite ideas that I elucidated in the presentation are no longer relevant?
No, don't worry. The essay on capitalism and the state, when Garvey said that to counter imperialism in Africa, his idea was to limit the amount of capital the capitalists can accumulate. In other words, his idea to counter state imperialism, state and corporate imperialism, was to limit the amount of capital that the capitalists can accumulate. That was price controls. That was just one. Price controls it don't work, right? That's devastating to an economy. Hold on. That's just one idea that's irrelevant to Garvey.
That's one. Give me 2. Give me the second one. What's the second one?
The second one is when you said that governing the ideal state, the essay, governing the ideal state, that was a conception of a totalitarian absolute government. That was straight out of Plato's Republic. That is totally irrelevant. And to his credit, he did make amends later on when he said that democracy is the best system for the Negro because it allows the laborer to rise to the level of the capitalist. Now, that conception of government and a political economy is totally contrary to his earlier conception of an absolute government in governing the ideal state. And that's just top off of my head.
What's the third one?
Yo, Mayu, when I play this fool game with you, but don't tell you 2 off the top of my head. Not all.
Okay, all right, fine. You give me 2. We're done. All right. Now, the first thing is that in the presentation, now this is the critiques that you've just levied are at least relevant to the conversation. However, I never quoted from governing the ideal state in the presentation, and I also never commented from.
Are those ideas relevant?
Sorry, I literally just said tune into your.
Are they relevant? Yes or no?
Use your listening ears. All right. Literally just said at least the examples that you've just given are relevant to the conversation. And if you began with those examples when you first came on, maybe we would have had a better conversation. Yeah?
Do you think they are relevant today? Simple.
Can you stop talking, please? Thank you very much. Okay. But when I said to you, make what you're about to say relevant to things that I actually said in the presentation, I didn't quote from Governing the Ideal State, and I didn't quote from Capitalism in the State, right?
Are those ideas?
So, again, you weren't listening. Now, I would agree that some of what Papa Garvey said in Governing the Ideal State is not necessarily fundamental to the Garveyite ideology. Like, for example, we like in Governing the Ideal State, yeah, he makes the statement that we should afford all a president, for example, all of the amenities to govern the state, and should he not meet the demands and serve the people well, quote in terms, that he should be put to death. Now, we may say, well, actually, we don't need to put them to death, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, you know what I mean? But I would say that they should be put into a museum of infamy, right? I might agree with that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That might be something that I agree with.
You know, answer the question.
The point is, what was the point that Papa Garvey was trying to get to? And the point that he was trying to get to is that we have a situation in which government officials do not serve the people. And so we must create an environment whereby the government has the absolute charge of serving the people. And if they don't serve,
do you agree with that?
Then they will meet the absolute penalty. The principle of what he's saying, I agree with. The
so you don't believe in democracy?
It's important for you to stop talking and listen. Yeah.
It's important for you to answer the question.
I'm trying.
Is that essay relevant today as a political economy for African people?
I am trying to facilitate an intelligent conversation, not a.
You answer the question.
Yeah, because you're still talking. Yeah, and I've already said some aspects of it. I would say no, they wouldn't necessarily be relevant right now. There are other aspects of it that would be. If you were listening, then you would have heard that. And I'm actually trying to give you more grace than you deserve at the moment, based upon how you're conducting yourself at the moment.
You know, answer the question.
Try to receive the grace that I'm trying to give. I'm gonna come to you, Baba Senghor. Yeah, and let's at least try to end the conversation with some intelligence and maturity. Yeah, just what I'm saying. I'm actually trying to give you.
You mean like you calling me names? You mean like you calling me names?
Much more grace than you deserve at the minute. Yeah, because somebody has to love African people. Okay.
Because what?
All right. Because somebody has to love African people. All right. Okay. So as I was saying, the principle that he's defending, I will agree with, but the idea of scientific Garveyism. Baba Senghor said it, Chief Fode said it. The idea of scientific Garveyism is not that every word that Marcus Garvey ever uttered.
I mean, it's not scientific. Duh, it's not scientific. You should just.
Thank you.
This is not an intelligent statement. It doesn't even make any sense. Like the fact that the idea that an inaccuracy means that you're not scientists get things wrong all the time. Yeah, that's the part of the scientific process: mistakes, getting things wrong, and reassessment. The idea of scientific Garveyism does not suggest that. I even said it in the presentation. If we're dealing scientifically, we have to go beyond the utterances of the individual man. I said this in the presentation. If you were listening to the presentation, yes, it's not that the words of Papa Garvey is the infallible word, yeah, of an all-knowing deity. That's not what we're talking about here.
So when you talk about scientific, right? It does a pretense, it does a use it as a cover.
Maybe your understanding of the term scientific needs work, because scientific does not mean
it means work under every condition by the.
That is not what it means. That is not what it means. The word scientific was defined at the beginning of the presentation. That is not what it means. And it's important for you to stop talking now and listen. Okay? Right. So there are some aspects of some specifics within governing the ideal state that we might say, well, that can be revised, yeah, within the context of the now, based upon new developments, new understandings, etc., etc. There's nothing wrong with that. The extent to which that is that would represent a complete overhaul of the entire principle of Garveyism and Universal Afrikan Nationalism, I'll leave you to judge that. The issue, though, of capitalism in the state is absolutely relevant, yeah, today. 100% relevant today.
Explain further, yeah? Please. I hope you explain that.
Thank you. For the same reason that it was relevant when Papa Garvey said it. What Papa Garvey was doing in capitalism and the state, right? And this is an interesting one. Let's spend some time on this one for a second, yeah.
Show me where price controls work.
Brothers who are the conversation is not going to be confined to Milton.
But that's what I quoted. I quoted the price, his views on price controls.
Sorry.
For that to be scientific, tell me where it works.
We're talking about what Papa Garvey said in capitalism and the state.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about, right? Okay.
Yes.
So, 1 second, right? So, the free market fundamentalist reading of it, yeah, is not going to define how we are able to consider Papa Garvey's words in capitalism.
Where price controls work. Stop filibustering.
So what I'm going to do is give the people them a proper understanding of what Papa Garvey was saying in the thing. Yeah?
That wasn't the question. Jesus.
Sorry, you refer to capitalism and the state and whether it's relevant or not. So
his views on price controls.
You cannot understand that particular utterance unless you understand what he's talking about in the thing. I don't know why why that can't be understood. Yeah,
I hope you answer the question at the end of the filibuster.
Again, let us have an intelligent discourse or be removed from the platform. It's very simple. Yeah, it's very simple. All right. Again, I'm giving you more grace than your conduct deserves at the moment because somebody has to love African people, and that's what Marcus Garvey teach we. Yeah. Now, if you want to bring out the other Garvey outside, then keep going on how you're going at the moment. Yeah. All right. So now this is a good one, yeah, because most people who quote this only quote the first line, yeah, where Papa Garvey says capitalism is necessary to the progress of the world, and those who unreasonably and wantonly oppose or fight against it are enemies to human advancement. But there should be a limit. Yeah, now most people when they quote it, they stop at that that word advancement. But then he says, but there should be a limit to the individual or corporate control of it. Yeah,
that's where he's wrong.
There should be 1 second. There should be that, right. It's what I'm saying. I don't understand, right? But I'm exploring this for the sake of the people because we're doing scientific Garveyism. So it's a lesson in terms of how to explore Garvey's words, right? So he's brought up this particular passage. Let's tell the people then what Papa Garvey actually said, yeah, and what he would actually. And more than just what he said, what was he actually addressing in this? What reality?
And is it relevant?
No individual should be allowed the possession, use, or the privilege to invest on his own account more than 1 million, and no corporation should be allowed to control more than 5 million. Beyond this, all control, use and investment of money should be the prerogative of the state with the concurrent authority of the people. Yeah. Now, with such a method, we would prevent, listen to carefully now. Why is he saying this? We would prevent the ill will, hatred, and conflicts that now exist between races and peoples and nations. Modern wars, listen carefully now. Modern wars are generally the outgrowth of dissatisfied capitalistic interests, either among foreign or strange peoples or nations. Right? So the idea of controls is based upon the fact that the people that control, the rich people that control money, are able to exert their influence in the nation to the extent that the nation can go to war to defend their interest. So he's saying, in order for them not to have that level of control, we must put a cap on their ability to amass that kind of wealth, which is given in the control in the first place.
Good. And show me how that's relevant today.
Because the reality that he's elucidating
show
here,
me where it works. Show me where price controls work.
You don't have what is the matter with you? The fact of the matter is, we are living in a world whereby the people that control wealth and power have ensured the unlimited expansion.
You're not answering the question.
In order to maintain control. The point is that it's not the idea to ask me to show you where it has worked would be to presume that it has happened.
Relevance.
To ask me to show me where it has worked would be to presume that it has happened, that we have a world economy in which wealth and power are restricted to the extent that the wealthy are hindered in their capacity to foment and create wars. That is not the world that we exist in, and that has not been the world that we've existed in since Papa Garvey uttered these words up until now. 1 second, me not finish. Right? Until a universal adjustment takes place, the state or nation should have the power to conscript and use without any obligation to repay the wealth of such individuals or corporations through whose investments or interests in foreign countries or among foreign or strange peoples wars are fomented and made, in which the nation is called upon to use its military or naval power as a protection of the rights or interests of such citizens when the conflict cannot be prevented or settled otherwise. What he's saying is that we shouldn't allow rich people in a nation to take the nation to war to defend for them interests. That is what he's saying here. Yeah, I couldn't read the rest of the thing. Yeah, so the reality of the moneyed elites, wealthy elites in the world today, controlling global economies to the extent that poorer people and so on and so forth go to war to defend their interests, is something that still exists today. And the idea, and this is why, it's important for us to be self-determining in our thought and practice, because the idea that says that what Papa Garvey says here is irrelevant is a philosophy that is designed to protect the interests of the same people that Papa Garvey is challenging right about now. So obviously, the moneyed people that he's talking about that can influence the state to go to war to defend their interests obviously don't want price controls. Yes, and restrictions on their wealth and their power and their capacity to influence the nation. Obviously, they're going to fight against that. Obviously, they're going to try to convince us today that that is now irrelevant, that we don't need to be concerned with that today. Of course, they're going to say that. And the fact that they're going to say that is exactly the reason why it's still relevant.
All right, so the reason why...
Excuse me.
I'm going to go to Baba Stengo.
But it's me you're talking to.
I'm going to Baba Stengo and I'm going to Mansa Fode, and then we're closing the conversation.
Yeah, I have to leave. I just wanted to thank you and say a message to all of those that are listening that this is a work in progress, and the UNIA ACL RC 2020 is looking for all of those listeners that are serious about scientific Garveyism to join us. Sir. So I say thank you, ShakaRa, for a great job. Brother Sam, Brother Freeway Dread, and Chief Fode, y'all stay strong, and all the listeners out there know that we're going forward one way or the other. One God, one aim, one destiny, one Africa. Thank you.
Yes, Baba. Give thanks. The innocent citizens of the country should not be called upon to make sacrifices in men money, or other resources, as is generally done in times of war, and those most interested or responsible by their acts of selfishness go free, or only bear but a proportionate part of the burden. That's what Papa Garvey is trying to address. Go ahead, Chief Ode.
Yeah, I think I was seeking clarity around what the brother was saying, Kofi, around price control. I was seeking clarity in terms of that because just in terms of the ideal, maybe something has not been achieved under Garveyism that has been achieved that complements what it is that we're saying is scientific Garveyism. If that makes any sense, I'm saying, like, by price control, do you mean the control that the Nigerians are taking over the control of their uranium price? Are you talking about the price that Mali is taking over of their gold? Because now France is not telling them how much they're going to pay them. Those Africans now are saying, we're going to set the price and we're going to negotiate in our own language. And that's happening right now in Africa. It's small scale, but I want to understand how Brother Kofi was interpreting that passage, and in terms of when he's saying price control, because the prices have been controlled by the enemy in Africa. Right. And Africans have been fighting for the sovereign right to control the prices of what we own, what's ours on the global market, whether it's with capitalist people or communist people or whatever. Our tussle has always been for us to be able to control how our wealth enters the global market. And so I want to ask you about that, just for clarity's sake. What do you mean when you say price control?
Chief, no, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, Chief. With all due respect, I do need to wrap up, so we're gonna have to table that conversation if you don't mind, my brother. Yeah. Yeah, but your point is well taken. And the point that you made about the fact that the prices are controlled anyway. But this is again the white man's propaganda, because when he's controlling the price, that's the free market. When we control the price, that's restriction and capitalism, right? That is all that's taking place here. It's the white man's propaganda. Yeah, when the World Trade Organization can define the prices,
respond to,
because the World Trade Organization is run by a $1 one vote system in which wealthy and powerful nations control the global economy. That's free market fundamentalism and all well and good. When the Africans said, actually, let's actually restrict the wealth of these capitalists so that they can't impose war on the nation, that's now irrelevant. But the fact that the wealthy can control the prices is perpetually relevant in this world. So you're exactly right. You've identified the thing.
But he never asked you, asked me.
I know.
He never asked you.
And I've already said before Chief Ode spoke and not said anything, we are wrapping up the show. Yeah.
So why you answer? Why you talk then? Yo, that's how you stay, man. You know what the truth come out.
Because
you know why the truth come out, man. Don't tell you already say you're
I'm following Garvey's
price controls. Show me where that works.
Absolute power.
You can't answer. You can't show me where your country works. Where price control.
Sam PK, go ahead, my brother.
First, let me just say that I have no interest. Well, he's gone, so it's not relevant anymore. All right. Chief Ode, how you doing? First of all, it's good to see you, man. My man. God. Oh, man.
I love my Garvey brothers and sisters in that.
Yeah, my man.
By the way, Mwalimu, your devices are not connecting, my brother. Your devices are not connecting. I'm assuming my brother anyway. So I unfortunately I cannot bring you through. But yeah, go ahead, brother Sam.
All right, no doubt. That's Baba Amsada, matter of fact. In terms of like a grassroots organizing around the United Africa, that's the legacy of Garvey personified in these days. And I just want to leave off by saying that we really got to achieve that. We got a lot of institutions and organizations across the globe, and any effort that we can make to unite them around certain causes the ultimate cause being a united Africa, a political unification of the diaspora under scientific Garveyism, then we should always work to achieve that. And we don't need everybody. You know, we don't need pointless arguments. We don't need bad faith arguments. We need people really talking about the science of Garveyism and people practicing it, you know, and really do appreciate opportunities like this. I definitely, I know for sure that we are walking in the footsteps of our ancestors and that what we're doing is very valiant. And one last point that I want to make is, you know, again, the brother's gone, but bad faith arguments like that are often made when you're talking about paradigms in which Garveyism does not exist. When you're talking about free market and this, you're bringing in things in which Garveyism does not exist. It's not relevant to the conversation. What we're talking about is nation building. We're talking about nation building that manifests in all aspects of our existence. So how can we best work together as African people to actualize ancient African principles so that we can be sovereign? Because sovereignty is the key, and Garvey gave us the blueprint. So we just got to apply it in this day and age. It doesn't get much simpler than that. So anytime you're interacting with your African people, you got to think about, all right, if what I'm doing aligns with Garveyism, and if it doesn't, then you got to change course. And I'll leave it with that.
Absolutely. Give thanks, Sam PK. Free Rage Red, you have a last word?
Yes, I do. I was the one that mentioned the governor ideal state, and I only highlighted that chapter to say reorganize and reform. That's it.
Absolutely.
That's really what I pulled it up for.
100%. It was an appropriate intervention, my brother. So no, don't feel no way about it. I was just making the point that I did ask the brother to challenge me on anything that I did say in the presentation, and I didn't quote from the ideal state, nor did I quote from capitalism in the state. So it's evident that what was it? That doesn't mean the conversation can entertain that, right? Because it's coming from the framework, and we can analyze that, within the framework of scientific Garveyism and its relevance to today. That's no problem. I'm just saying that it was said that I am promoting irrelevant, or I did promote irrelevant ideas from Garvey in the presentation. So I was wondering, well, what were those ideas? And none of the ideas that were given were ones that I referenced, right? So that was just an important point. Having said that, it was an open conversation, and so I do have to address and deal with what brothers and sisters bring me, and so I'm pleased that yourselves, my brothers, came through to assist, because I agree with you, brother Sam, that some of the conversation was bad faith, and it doesn't lead to productivity, in that regard. Oh, 1 second. And we do have to, as we go forward, get rid of distractions so we can get down to the work, and bring the work to our people. And so I'm thankful for your intervention as brothers, because that allowed us to at least do that somewhat in the conversation. I did open in promoting this particular conversation the audience to challenge me, and I was hoping that I'd get better challenges than I got, to be honest with you, and challenges that were more applicable to the subject. So that was not to be, but it is what it is. Having said that, as we go forward, we will lessen the degree to which we engage what we know and understand to just be distractions that are not going to take us anywhere productive. Baba Mwalimu, now I do want to wrap up, Baba, but you've been trying to come through, and so I do want to give you at least a word. So
can you hear me?
I can hear you, Baba.
Oh, okay. I had to thanks to brother Sam, who is the youth coordinator for the Pan-African Federalist Movement in North America. I finally got in, and I'm using my phone as opposed to my thing. But anyway, I just want to commend you on the presentation yesterday, which I listened to. It was very clear that you were well-versed in Garveyism.
Yes, sir.
And I think it's important that the point you made is that being activists, not just they're just not just theoreticians, but being activists in terms of Garveyism and scientific Garveyism is critical. And that's what the Pan-African Federalist Movement is about in North America. Our sole mission is to bring the United African States into political existence. And you know that Garvey consistently talked about it is up to us to bring the United States of Africa into existence. Even his poem, Hail to Hail the United States of Africa. But overall, I just want to commend you. And I appreciate your patience and tolerance with some of the conversation that really wasn't on track, but you patiently engaged it. And I gained a lot of respect from you, from how you were carrying it on. And thank you, Asante Sana, for the presentation that you made. Sorry I couldn't get on earlier. But just want to let you know that I is an old Garveyite from back in 1970. Right. I really appreciate the breadth of your knowledge and thank you for your presentation.
Well, Baba, there's no higher honor for me than to hear old Garveyites, yeah, as you define yourself, appreciating the works that I, as a younger Garveyite, is trying to do. Yeah, I really do respect those who stay the course. And so thank you for coming and sharing your words, Baba. It's humbling. Yeah, brothers and sisters, let me also apologize because I know that I engage the Shagri more than people like me to. It is what it is, yeah. So I know that's the case, and people message me all the time and get frustrated because it is when it's an open house, I do treat it like it's an open house, yeah. While I was trying to engage as much other voices in the room as possible, yeah. But as I said, yeah, as we go forward, because if this platform is going to be what it needs to be, we need to be able to stay focused, yeah. And sometimes what the distractions do is they're just designed to take us off course from doing the work, yeah. And having the necessary conversations that help us facilitate the work. Brothers and sisters who are doing the work will do the work. Baba Senghor always says, meet me at the work table, yeah. And so as and where other solutions that are suggested are superior to that which we espouse from this platform, that will be proven in the work, yeah, in what is built by those who we are organizing with and amongst. It won't be settled on the platform in a conversation, yeah. And so I understand that, all right. And we are developing into a place whereby we want to grow more serious Universal Afrikan Nationalist media, and that is what we're doing here, yeah. So it's not always going to be a conversation. It's not always going to be a thing whereby every viewpoint is going to be heard on an equal footing. That's not what we're dealing with here, because we are at war, and when you're at war, yeah, you fight your battles to win. Yeah, and so there's a limit to which you entertain the pronouncements and the propaganda of the enemy, whether that propaganda comes from the enemy directly or indirectly. And so be assured of that, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna excuse everybody from the panel as I close now, but I want to thank all of my brothers, yeah, for coming through. You've all brought something valuable to the conversation, and I think that what has been shown here today is that the constructive commentary has come from people who are doing the work, yeah, who have been engaged in the work, that our people were able to see brothers at least who are engaged in the work around the world, yeah. And that is valuable to me. It's more valuable than the analysis of in the conversation. It's even more valuable than the commendations to me. The fact that our people are able to see brothers in varying different generations who are not just talking the talk, but are doing the work and are engaging in the working idealism, that is scientific Garveyism in essence, brothers and sisters. And so I look forward to continuing to work and build with you all. And you will know that whether you have a show on this platform or not, this platform is always open to you, because one of the things that we want to do more as a media institution is shine a light on the work. We want to put a camera on the work. We want to show our people what work has been done, where it's been done, yeah, and how it's being done. Yeah, that is what we want to show our people. And the more we grow in our capacity, we're gonna have a camera in all of your faces. Yeah, as and where you are doing the work. All right, and that's a good thing because you're all better looking than me. So we give thanks. Yeah, we give thanks. All right. Please feel free to excuse yourself as we go forward, and know that we'll connect in the future. Blessings, family. All right. Okay, brothers and sisters. We're gonna wrap up the thing now. This is gotkushTV, also known, soon to be known as Kimbunga Media. Yeah, for those who are not aware, Kimbunga is a beautiful word in the Shona language of Zimbabwe. Sorry, in the Kiswahili language of East Africa, East and Central Africa, which means whirlwind, storm, that kind of energy. And so we're transitioning into a new phase whereby we will be refining our development as a media institution. One of the aspects of Garveyism that I became very aware of young and understood the importance of young is media and propaganda. As I've said before, Papa Garvey mastered the media of his time. Papa Garvey mastered the media of his time in the form of the Negro World newspaper, the Black Man magazine, and other forms of media. The UNIA ACL was looking to get into radio, the moving image, and all forms of media to propagandize the total liberation, sovereignty, and nationhood of African people. And so one of the things that we learn from this is that we have to master the media of our time. And when I say that, I don't just mean, get big audiences on social media. I mean that ultimately we have to develop through progressive stages to master the media of our time. So there will come a time, brothers and sisters, where Kimbunga Media cannot and will not exist on a platform such as YouTube. Yeah, because as we grow and develop, we have to master the media of our time. And that doesn't just mean getting big subscribers on YouTube. It means creating our own platforms. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's a process and not an event. As it stands right now, we need to develop effective propaganda and high quality production. And so our program in the immediate sense is to redevelop the Kushkim University show to bring you scholarship from an African-centered perspective and work towards the development of the Ujamaa Black Group Economic Show. Yeah. Which we aim to begin production next year for a release either next year or the following year. Yeah. We're not going to rush the thing. We're going to make sure it's good, beautiful, and wonderful. And so we want to just make sure that you understand that you can support us by continuing to watch the content, continuing to like the content, comment on the content, share the content, and interact with us. Yeah. And as we grow, we'll have different ways for you to do that via website, email, and all kinds of different social media. Yeah. And also you can join our Patreon, which will assist us in being able to amass the kind of equipment that we need to get back into the pre-production of shows. Yeah. So we're not just doing lives. As we develop that kind of content, I'll be doing less lives. Yeah. There'll be less live shows and them thing there. Well, at least that's how I envisage it as it stands right about now, but we'll see how that develops. Yeah. So brothers and sisters, once again, give thanks. And one of the ways that we destroy the white man's propaganda is to develop our own. Papa Garvey says that we must develop a media of our own, fight propaganda with propaganda. I should actually probably close with that word sound. Yeah, from the prophet. See it. All right. Propaganda is all around you to make you buy a special brand of cigarettes, although no good, but advertised to be the best. to make you drink or use a certain brand of tea, tell you of its wonderful qualities and its everlasting benefits, when there is absolutely nothing to it, and so on. Before the war of 1914 to 1918, the Germans were known as the most cultured and scientific people in Europe. When the war started, the other nations, in order to discredit the Germans and to hold them up to the world ridicule and the contempt of civilization, released the propaganda that classified the Germans as Huns and barbarians. This also reveals how organized intention can be carried to the public for public acceptance without thought. The press, cinema, pulpit, schoolroom are all propaganda agencies for one thing or the other. The pulpit carries religious propaganda. The schoolroom carries educational propaganda. The press carries out written propaganda. The platform carries oral propaganda. The cinema carries out demonstrative propaganda. These methods have been devised by the white man to spread his ideas universally among men. So they make their ideas and we consider them to be universal among men. That is why he is able, in a major sense, to control the minds of the people of the world. The white man is a great propagandist. The white man is a great propagandist. He fully and completely realizes the value of propaganda. Therefore, you must organize your propaganda to undo the propaganda of other people if their propaganda affects your interest. The Bible is religious propaganda. The school book is literary propaganda. The novels and books you read are also literary propaganda, all calculated to bring about certain results beneficial to the propagandists. Never forget them that you are surrounded by a world of propaganda, all dressed up or cooped up to suit a doubtful public that is not careful what it digests from without. Tear from your walls all pictures that glorify other races. Tear them up and burn every bit of propaganda that does not carry your idea of things. Treat them as trash. When you go to the cinema and you see the glorification of others in the pictures, don't accept it. Don't believe it to be true. Instead, visualize yourself achieving whatever is presented, and if possible, organize your propaganda to that effect. You should always match propaganda with propaganda. Have your own newspapers, your own artists, your own sculptors, your own pulpits, your own platforms. Print your own books and show your own motion pictures and sculpture, your own subjects. Never accept as yours subjects of another race, but glorify all the good in yourselves. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. There's more I could read on this, yeah? But you get the point. And that's what we're doing here, brothers and sisters. All right? And with that, we say, Tenda Mwali, be thankful unto the Mother, Father, creative life force of the universe. Kozai Mwadzima Mokolo, we give praises unto our great ancestors. Abibi Tumi, Abibi Fahodi, African power and African liberation to all African people. Ashe, Ashe, hey. Ashe.
People, we've got to fight. Jean Petro, you see us. Oh, we've got to fight.
Era new transition. Greetings, this is ShakaRa, and it's been an honor serving you as director of gotkushTV. Over the past few years, we've brought you the pilot of the Black Root Economic Show, many seasons of Wordsmith, The Insight, and the ever-popular Decipher. We have covered community events and even hosted a few of our own, including Blacktricity, as a part of the official Ghana Beyond the Return roster. We also kept you company throughout lockdown with the Quarantine Convo. After a brief hiatus, we came back with our regular weekly interactive live show, Zivanai, keeping you up to date with current events around the Black world, from UK to Haiti and beyond. It is our aim to continue to develop as a premier Black media institution, and for that reason, we have a special announcement. Introducing Kimbunga Media. Between the 10th of June and the 17th of Mosiah, August, we will be transitioning to a new name and institution, Kimbunga Media. In the beautiful Kiswahili language, Kimbunga means whirlwind.
Look for me in a world when there is storm. Look for me all around you. For with God's grace, I shall come back with countless millions of black men and women who have died in America, those who have died in the West Indies, and those who have died in Africa, to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life.
Our name symbolizes our aim to take the media landscape by storm, developing high-quality, impactful, geopolitical and cultural content aimed at empowering African people, bringing knowledge, information, inspiration and analysis from an unapologetically Pan-African, Universal Afrikan Nationalist and African-centered perspective. So, what can you expect? We are gradually developing a full spectrum of flagship shows and presenters, but in the immediate right here now, over the next couple years, we have two major aims in bringing you our flagship shows. One, the return of Kush Communiversity, bringing you high-level scholarship in all areas of people activity, featuring luminaries from across the Black world. And two, the production of the full first season of the new and improved Ujamaa Black Root Economic Show. While we encourage you to develop and support Black businesses, this show aims to raise our awareness of the political economy of today's world and popularize new solution paradigms in political economy among African people. Alongside all this, we will continue to bring you Zivanai, Janeba, the Afrocentric perspective, All Eyes on Africa, Ghana, Democracy Under Fire, the Revolutionary Minds team with that artistic, ancestral energy, and as things grow and develop, there'll be plenty more. We also have plans to host live events and film screenings, so stay tuned for more information on that. So what can you do? Continue to support us by watching, liking, sharing and commenting on our content. Be sure to follow us on all social media, and if you are so moved, join our Patreon community. We'll be sharing flagship shows exclusively with our Patreon community before general release and granting you discounts to events and future screenings. Right now, if you become a Patreon, you will have access to the pilot for the Black Group Economic Show and all installments of last year's Black History Month series, Sankofa, The Future of Black History. At some point, we'll be engaging in community crowdfunding towards the production of the new and improved Ujamaa Black Group Economic Show, complete with offerings and perks for those who choose to invest in us. Look out for the launch, and we thank you in advance for your support. Any questions, feel free to hit us up in the comment section and we'll be sure to address. We look forward to you joining us for this new phase of our development. Stay tuned as we bring you Kimbunga Media.
People. got to fight. Jean Petro, you see us. Oh, we've got to fight. Let's go fight. Oh, black people, we've got to fight. Zumbi, you see us. Oh, we've got to fight. Let's go fight. Oh, black people, we've got to fight. Yes, Tante, why you see us? Oh, we've got to fight. Let's go fight. Oh, black people, we've got to fight. Bookman, you see us. Oh, we've got to fight. Let's go fight. Oh,
we have to have the courage to construct our own reality. And that's what Garvey was talking about. Because he said he looked around, he didn't see what he thought should be there, and so what did he do? He didn't get depressed about it. He didn't get defeated about it. He said, I'm gonna build the government that we need to have. Ooh, where do you get that kind of boldness from? So we gotta go all the way back to Garvey, who said he would come again. He said he would be here with us, no matter how long it took. And I'm telling you that the way he comes back is in our work. Not honoring him in words, pomp, and all of that stuff, but honoring him through doing what he did. How many of us have the courage to do that? The man took on the world for us and in our name. And then we come to Sodai. And in this presentation of the paradigm, I'm going to make this like what it is we want to reach. So Sodai is translated clear word in Dogana language. And I use it to mean that here we gain understanding. This is sight with understanding. And it is seeing beyond what just we think we see with this physical thing. It's seeing beyond that. And so we gain vision, because that's what vision is. With vision, you've got to be able to use the imagination informed by the African spirit. And Brother Amos, who I work very closely with, was a good friend of mine. He taught me, and he would talk about imagination. Image a nation. Do you see? But that's got to be part of vision. To be a visionary, you got to see beyond this box here. You got to see beyond the ma'afa. You got to see what is it that our people rightfully should have, and that's what Garvey did. Garvey had a vision.